Didn't read all those.
You're unmuted.
Oh,
Okay. You didn't read the entire thing?
I went through them about 10 times already, so I didn't really read or reread them.
You're unmuted.
Ready.
Good morning, Evan.
Hey. Hey, Paula. Ready?
I'd like to call this meeting to order, the Benzie County Board of Commissioners. Today is July 9th, 2024. We're in the Frank Walderhouse Boardroom. Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Present.
Janat,
Here.
Markey,
Here.
Nye. Here. Roloffs.
Here.
Sauer.
Here.
Worsakki.
Here.
All present.
Please stand for the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Benzie County. I would ask for your guidance with the decisions we'll make today. Please keep all of our public safety personnel safe and free from harm. I ask this in the name of your son. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Are there any changes to the agenda? Additions, deletions?
Cunningham moves that we accept the agenda as written.
Support.
Motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, so moved. Approval and or correction of the minutes, regular sessions, June 25, 2024.
Mark, you'll make the motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Support.
Motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, so moved. Brings us to our closed session. June 25.
Thank you. So if you want a correction on these minutes, how do we go about doing that? Yeah.
Um,
Kind of object to one of the words.
Okay.
The descriptive word. And maybe nobody else will, but
uh-huh.
feel like
I would have to,
I'll tell you what, it's
I would make a note on that and then pass it around.
and pass it around to everybody. This is what I'm objecting to.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you have to agree with me.
That's an accurate statement.
Pardon me.
They want to do the other one.
There's a second one.
What controversial?
This is new for us, huh?
It's just revise of the word.
Okay.
Where's that word fit in? Oh, okay. United moves to accept the closed session minutes with changes.
Nice
feel-
work.
Rhonda, I'm gonna admit that to you. Motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, so moved. Brings us to our first public input. Anybody like to share this morning? Seeing none, I'll close public input and move on to elected officials and department heads, and I'd like to go with the building department first.
Good morning, all. Always have to make the assumption that you have this report. Okay. So, you'll see that on the second page, we have 35 new residences. For this quarterly report, 37 addition remodels, 34 accessory, permits. 7 new commercials, 3 commercial alteration, commercials that were alteration to remodels. We had 10 that were just in other category, which is down below it, so that we ended up with 3 solar panel projects, 1 cell tower, and 6 demolition. You can see the totals on the trade permits down below, as well as the soil erosion permits. Excuse me. The next is just sort of a bar graph. And kind of shows you a comparison of activity on the bar graph. 2020 through 2024. Take a look at the bar graph, you can see that things like the makeup of the number of permits slightly different per month than maybe some other years. And then the next page is really the history of the building permits. So, to sort of give you an idea, I always do this little total for you to give you this report. Being that this is the second quarter report, we currently have 138 permits issued for that quarter. Last year, we had 147. Excuse me. The year before that was 137. The year before that was 156. And then in the 2020 year, which we all know what year that was 89. Okay. So we are down slightly for the quarter, I feel. But you take, if we go back to 2022, we're right on track. So, I don't feel like necessarily that we're that far behind, if at all, for the quarter. I think we're pretty much tracking. If I was trying to look in that crystal ball that I don't have, about the same as we did last year. So that's really the end of my report as it relates to this. Any questions?
I was at Village of Thompsonville last night. They're installing water meters, and I guess there's a requirement that they be inspected afterward, which causing the residents, they're having enough trouble with more showing up when they're supposed to. I didn't know if there was a way to speed this up. My understanding is you only inspect plumbing once a week on a Wednesday.
No, we do 2 times a week.
Is there a way to coordinate this with them or not? I don't know.
Yeah, actually, I've pretty much left my plumbing, he's also a mechanical inspector, plumbing mechanical inspector, the ability to schedule them anytime he wants, anytime that he can, and he was gonna try to coordinate that project. But I can check into it further and see how that coordination's going. There was, I don't remember how many, but a lot of water meters going in.
Gonna be a lot, yeah, and I kind of lay the blame more than you guys. I just,
So,
there's a way
yeah,
to work this out. It's not inconvenience of the residents. So
it makes sense to me to do 10 to 20 at a time, honestly. If they can coordinate that to do it.
I thought I'd bring it up. I
Yeah,
know one of the mains is not in yet, so there's other places that you're gonna have to do the whole village eventually for it's over.
yeah. So, on top of that, anytime you, start changing out water meters, there's, an electrical component to that. The old water service coming in most instances was all coming in with metallic piping, and that metallic piping we was using for a grounding electrode for the electrical service. And then the minute we start changing things to some sort of a non-metallic piping system, in many cases, we're gonna lose grounds on these buildings.
Seems to
'Cause
me
back
that
in the day, we-
Evil stuff is all PVC
Yep.
off the mains.
So back, I'm gonna call it back in the day, because I don't know how else to describe it. We weren't required to put in ground rods if we had the water service coming in. All we had to do was hook to that water service. Put the little jumper around the water meter if there was one. And that in some instances, some communities, they didn't have water meters. Everybody got charged exactly the same rate, and that's how they did it. There was no water meters. So if all of a sudden we take the metallic piping out, put in the non-metallic piping, and there was no ground rods, now we just left the building, whether it be a single family home or a commercial business, doesn't matter. We could leave it without a ground. Okay. So, I actually have my plumbing guy watching to see what he sees. There's several different scenarios that could occur. One of them being is that maybe they had a service upgrade done at some point. They have some ground rods. But there's a scenario where, well, whoever installed the new water piping system saw this copper wire hanging down with a ground clamp on it, right? And well, don't need that anymore. We'll roll it up and put it up there in the rafters. Well, that's a problem. Okay. So there's a little more to it than just the plumbing side in some instances. So there's, this isn't the first water meter project that we've been involved with. Seems like each time we seem to get a little bit of negative reaction when we start talking about we got to get in there with our electrical guy now to have a look. We try to explain the safety aspect to it, but sometimes people are not as interested in hearing that as they are not getting us in the building.
Well, this is Thompsonville, so I have fun. And they never had meters before, so this is all
Hmm.
new, but I just wanted you to be aware of what it said.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback.
Any other questions, Bert?
Yeah, Bert, what's your hours of operation?
Currently we're working all day long without lunch and working till 4:30. I think it's 4:30. Yeah,
That 8 to 4:30?
eight to 4:30, because here a few months back, we changed that because contractors were wanting to come in and see us during that lunch period where we were closed. So we just stayed open. And so we were open. No, our hours, we just shortened the day up by 30 minutes so we could be open during that lunch period.
So not 8 to 4, but 8 to 4:30.
Is it 8 to 4? Oh, I think it's 8 to 4. Yeah, 8 to 4. We shortened it up.
And you said
Mhm.
that you put that in place in the last few months, the last year or two?
Yeah, Kate might remember when Jeannie was up here, but I can't remember when we did that.
It's probably been closer to a year. 'Cause it
About
was,
maybe a year by now.
I want to say it was around the time Sarah came on board.
Okay. And of course, Sarah's a part-time employee, so we can't really do the offset thing.
And that decision was made because the contractors wanted to get in during lunch hour?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was our observation that that's what was wanted.
Yeah, I'd also heard that the contractors like to get in early in the morning before you guys go out on your inspections. And they're probably less likely to want to get in here between 4 and 5.
Yeah, most contractors, they're either trying to finish the job up, or when they finish the job up, they're on their way home. They're not coming here.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have some exceptions to that, but
So that seems to be working.
it seems to be.
Okay.
To be open to a change in that if discussion proved that staying open till 5 was in more alignment with the other offices in the building. I mean, it's not just contractors that use your services, it's homeowners as well. And I think it's an easy assumption to make that every office in the building is operating under the same hours.
Sure, certainly open to the discussion. I would urge to be more receptive to the need rather than trying to be in alignment with some other department.
Anybody else? Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day, you guys.
Thanks, Bert.
Thank you.
Any other elected official department heads? Under Sheriff Hubers?
Good morning. I'm Sheriff Greg Hubers, Benzie County Sheriff's Office. Very briefly, I hope we got through the 4th of July. It was a very productive weekend, very busy weekend. We had less incidents, major incidents than we did last year during this time, which is always good. We had larger crowds both at Beulah and Frankfurt. I think everybody saw that, and more tourism related crowds than locals. I probably recognized 15 people that I saw down at the Frankfurt fireworks, and that was it. And a lot of out-of-state plates, and that's good for the tourism industry. We have had, since we last spoke, or since the last meeting 2 weeks ago, 2 Lake Michigan rescue calls related to the Marine Patrol. In the absence of the Coast Guard was very noticeable during these incidents. Both of them, we had to take the Lake Michigan boat, and both were in a pretty close area within 2 miles of the Frankfurt Lighthouse, pretty much straight west and north from the Frankfurt Lighthouse. One was a capsized vessel that was a bass type boat with 2 young men in it in their 20s, and they capsized. And they were clinging to the side of the boat, and in lieu of calling 911, where we have a lot of resources and we can actually get GPS coordinates from the 911 call, they called the Coast Guard. They called Station Frankfurt because they drove by it on their way out, and got Station Manistee, because that number is forwarded to Manistee. We got the information shortly after from Coast Guard Manistee. Their response time from Manistee in good weather is 45 minutes in their boat, and that's a pretty long response time. I'm not condemning anyone. I'm saying it shows a greater need for some resources within our Marine Patrol to respond. Our road deputies, 2 road deputies, and the city police chief responded on the capsized boat. And then myself and a deputy responded on another boat that was taken on, a sailboat that was taken on water faster than it could bilge it out. Both incidents resulted without any injuries. There's another incident on Crystal Lake on July 3rd, late at night, that Rebecca Hubers and I resolved to, after much time, Crystal Lake was angry that night. So we got out there and got it covered. We've had a life saving in the last 2 weeks, where somebody overdosed and deputy administered Narcan. That deputy will be receiving a life saving award. At least that'll be my recommendation to the sheriff for that event. And the 3 participants in the capsized boat I will recommend them for professional excellence awards for getting out there and getting those 2 individuals to safety. That boat that capsized is still on the National Lake Shore. And my understanding is they're hoping to get that off today, but it is still capsized along the beach on the National Lake Shore. I am certain that National Park Service will remove that from their property shortly. Any questions for me?
I'm curious. So you and Rebecca, on your own had to respond to an emergency call?
We do often with the Marine Patrol stuff, if Marine Patrol's not on and it's after hours. This was 9:30 at night. So as soon as we got the call, we responded to the Crystal Lake boat and took care of the individual who had capsized not capsized, was stuck on the lock.
Was that a life-threatening event?
It was life-threatening enough due to the waves, yeah.
The reason why I asked the question, Greg, is how do you recognize yourself in those? You're recognizing your employees, which I really applaud you for, but I don't want you to get overlooked either. I mean, these are, especially since it's you and your spouse, quite frankly, that are taking your time to make that effort.
I appreciate that, first of all. And second of all, if I really thought it was something that merited a life saving, I would sure the sheriff would recognize.
Okay. Obviously, someone other than yourself needs to initiate it. You're a pretty humble guy.
I probably wouldn't type one up for myself.
It's one of the things I admire about you. If I could, how is the night road patrol working out?
Thank you, Commissioner. That was on the top of my list and I forgot to mention it. It is going really well. We have had some incidences where people have had to be off and everybody on the road is covered or helped make that happen. We've not had an unfilled shift since we began the 24-hour road patrol. I probably personally have fielded over a dozen positive comments about the 24-hour road patrol. So that makes me happy, and the deputies are really doing everything they can to make sure that there's not a time where we say we don't have a car available. There hasn't been a time. Our lieutenant from the Detective Bureau is currently moved up to cover the midnight road patrol shift supervisor position because of an injury to one of our sergeants who will be out for a couple of months. And he stepped up and took that on voluntarily. So I appreciated that, and he's doing a great job as a midnight lieutenant, I guess. It actually helps having some more supervision on nights, and
So did I understand you to say that you have been able to staff that position consistently?
yes,
So that reduces the number of on-calls that you've had to have?
yes.
Does that mean that there might be an opportunity to look at how we allow deputies to take vehicles home if they don't have to be on call?
I don't think that really creates that opportunity, but we certainly could look at it.
Okay, because there is I don't need to tell you, there's a cost associated with that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one question, and I don't know if you would have the answer to this, but what was the capacity that the rescue drone out of the fire department in Frankfurt, was that initiated for either of the rescues? Or what's
Not
the
that I'm aware of.
status?
I
Okay,
didn't hear of that, no.
all right, thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, sir.
Great job.
Brittany?
Fran.
Sorry.
It's a female.
We're changing your name in case you didn't know.
So I actually just wanted to follow up. I had submitted my written report for your review. I just wanted to be here in case you had any questions. Things are running well in our department. Field work is going good. So I just wanted to let you know we're moving along.
Appreciate that. Any questions? Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Britt.
Thanks for the report.
Not Brittany.
I know, I just said it.
The one time.
Any other department head? We move on to finance.
Good morning, Kelly Long, County Treasurer. Finance today for the last 2 weeks, June 21st, 2024 through July 3rd of 2024, you have a total amount of $319,187.63.
Mark, you'll move that we pay that amount.
Second. Bear with me, I have one question that caught my attention. Of course, now I won't be able to find it easily. It had to do with a foreclosure. It was like $15,000. It looked like it was some kind of refund or something.
Oh, mortgage foreclosure?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, what that was we have in our TNA agency, our 701 account, we have an escrow account that we set up for different things throughout the year. And we had a sale of a mortgage foreclosure on the steps of the county back in 2017 for $46,000. The amount due to the bank was only like $31,000. And this money sat there for all these years. Apparently it closed. The owners redeemed that within the time allotted. And the person that purchased it, according to the paperwork, got money back. I don't know if he got all of his money back. It doesn't claim that he received all 46,000. It just says he got money back. I have contacted his attorney. I have talked to the courts. I have done all my due diligence. This has been closed. So now 7 years later, I've decided to send it back to the person that purchased it on the steps. From the recommendations from the courts and talking to a couple of other people.
This is under the ruling of Raffaele. Right?
No,
They
this is a
can't-
mortgage foreclosure.
Oh, mortgage.
Mhm. Yeah,
this is not something we don't see this very often.
no,
Yeah. So
if
this
at
could-
all.
potentially be as cheated. as
It
someone-
could be if the gentleman that I sent it to says, yeah, this isn't mine. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't know why he wouldn't, but
If not, send it to me.
it's a possibility. Yeah.
The only reason why I want an explanation is I'm not sure I've even seen this before in 8 years, so.
It's, money that's been left over has always been claimed one way or another. And since it has not been claimed, I've even reached out to the treasurers. And they gave me some really good advice as well. And they said, for as long as it's been and the fact that it's been closed since the beginning of 2019, it's forgotten money. Nobody knows it's sitting there. So it was a matter of getting it off the books.
All right, thanks for the explanation.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Janat,
Yes,
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thanks, Kelly. Moves us into old business. Item A, master plan review and discussion.
I followed up with Zach because he's not in the crowd yet, and he said that he won't be here until 9:50-ish. So I'm sorry. So if we want to do the road commission maybe first.
Okay.
Just because, and then also our advantage benefits agent is here. If Zach's still not here, we could move on to the benefits discussion as well.
Road commission?
So in your packet is a memo, a follow-up memo to the last meeting that we had where Miller Canfield and Benzinski and Company was here to talk about the road commission millage. What you have before you is consideration of adopting a resolution which adopts ballot language for the November ballot regarding a bond for the road commission. Folks from the road commission are here again today. If there's any additional questions or follow-up from the last few meetings where we discussed this topic.
the only questions I have is just for clarification. I see that there's a fee associated, something in the neighborhood of $40,000 or something. And that's to be paid before the bonds are issued, correct?
No, so that is paid with the bond.
Okay,
So we don't pay anything upfront and out of pocket. And if this did not pass in November, we wouldn't pay.
so all of the expenses are gonna be paid when the bond's issued.
Correct.
And will there be any trailing obligations from this? If there's either a delay in the project or the funding or anything that the county will have to deal with rather than the road commission?
So my understanding from Mr. McGow is that we have the opportunity not to issue the bonds if the numbers come in much too high. So if this is approved in November, we will work together with the road commission to do the RFP process to hire that person who does the full design schematics and project management. They will be able to give us some pretty good estimates. We can go out to bid then for construction work itself. If those dollars come in much too high, that'll be our opportunity. We'll sit down with the road commission and say, how do we proceed? Do they have the money to make up the difference, or do we hold on this project for 6, 8, 10, 12 months? And then at that time, we would move forward as we decided from our discussion. So once this is in place, is my understanding is the bond sits, the issuance of the bonds could sit there until we decide to truly issue the bonds. So it's really going to come down to the cost when we go out to bid for the project itself.
Okay, and I know that I'm asking the same question twice, but just want to be clear. Under this proposal from Benzinski and Company,
Mhm.
under phase 2, they talk specifically, they outline a proposed fee of 49.5.
Mhm.
That again is only if that bond is issued.
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I've got.
If I recall correctly, we postponed this our last meeting, so Commissioner Sauer could be here because he's our liaison to the road commission.
I also recall that, yes.
So Gary, the spotlight's on you.
So I'll make the motion to accept the resolution. Yeah, 12406.
Here's the
Well, you
motion.
got something else, huh?
Yeah, read this. It's
How long is this one?
not too long, but it has all the details that we need for this action.
And this is gonna be the ballot language too. I move that the Board of Commissioners adopts Resolution 2416, resolution submitting Road Commission Facility Bond Proposal for placement on the November 5th, 24 general election ballot, and authorize engagement letters with Miller Canfield and Badinsky and Company for services related to the bond contingent upon bond approval by the electorate.
Markey will support.
There's a motion and support. Is there further discussion?
Guess my 2 cents is, I talked to everybody here, been through all this. The need is there. I think we need to move forward now. It is what it is. The ballot's gonna be full, but I don't think waiting is gonna accomplish it.
Well, just my 2 cents is I've taken into an account a couple of things that were said at the last meeting. Rhonda had made the comment, leave it to the voters. That really resonated with me. I appreciate that information. And also, it sounds like it potentially the first assessment to a person's taxes, individual taxes, might not be till 26 or 27, which what I'm hoping for is we don't have a lot of overlap from current millages that we're charging that are about ready to expire to try to take some of the burden off. So my concerns were satisfied.
I agree with Rhonda. Leave it to the voters to decide and all the things that we need to get done. In my opinion, this is probably one of the things.
Normally, Gary, I wouldn't even hesitate to that, but we have got so many millages coming through this election cycle. But enough said.
Can I ask if there was any unforeseen issues when they removed Platte River School?
None.
None that you want to talk of?
None that I want to talk about, no. No, they did find some water about 8 feet down, which shouldn't be a problem. We'll have to get a bigger catch basin area, which may take up part of our current parking lot that we have now, but other than that, there was really no unforeseens there besides, the few crawl spaces and stuff that weren't really on the blueprints.
Good. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki.
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
You want to do her presentation next?
Sure.
Hey, Jen, we can do your presentation now.
I'd like to welcome Jennifer Berkey.
I helped my daughter with something this morning, so.
That's all right. And then do you want to run this?
What page do you have in the presentation on? Oh. I thought we had it in the packet. We do.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. Again, I apologize for being a few minutes late. My daughter just had something she needed my help with this morning, and I left as late as I could, so thank you so much. Again, my name is Jennifer Berkey, and I work for MSU Extension, and I've been here before, and today is my opportunity to present our annual report and our set of accomplishments for the last year. So I always like to just reference that this report reflects exactly a summary of our staff efforts for the last year, so it's not really just I'm not the one who did all of this work, so I just want to recognize that. And you'll see staff pictures throughout the presentation today. Oops. Let me move the mouse down. Here we go. Oops. Here we go. So again, just always a reminder of how we're funded. So we're funded through 4 main ways: our state funding, our federal funding, our county partner funding, as well as grant dollars, which is our largest source of funding that we have. every year. So you'll see that we've added a new staff person to our office downstairs, and she was funded off of some of those grant dollars. So I just wanted to reference that as well. With the way MSU Extension works, for every dollar invested in our programs, it yields $6 in programs and services in the county. So I always like to do is just do a snapshot of kind of what impacts were received by your residents this year. And last year, over the last year, we had 267 unique programs accessed by your residents, which is kind of the equivalent of us coming into this room and doing a program every other day, which is really a nice return on investment. Just keep in mind that the way residents access our programs is what's convenient to them. It could be an in-person program. It could be something virtually. It could be something happening on a farm field. It could be happening in an asynchronous learning environment. So what I like about our programs post-COVID is that people can access them based on what's convenient for them. Last year, we reached over 12,000 people through social media. That would be unique page views within the system of people accessing all of our programs through our different Facebook pages, because we have two. We reached over 2,085 people through direct programming. That would be when we collect demographic information about those individuals. And then we reached over 2,900 indirectly, and that would be like at health fairs, or it would be videos online and those types of ways. So this last year, we had many staff that were supporting our local agriculture staff. Obviously, you are familiar, you've seen Dr. Nikki Rothwell, who works at our research station and primarily works with the tart, cherry, and apple industry. We have Chris Bardenhagen, who's now in Stan Moore's old position, working with farm business management, helping growers become more profitable and helping with farm succession. You've met Dr. Remington Rice, who does our farm stress educator work. And then Sam Wolf is our newest educator, and she works with agriculture and occupational health and agribility. So it's helping growers kind of age in place, continuing to keep up their livelihood as farmers. And if they have any special needs, it helps them provide those accommodations so that they can continue to work. So this last year, we're especially proud of the work that we did, obviously, with our local growers and through the Orchard and Vineyard Show. We had, obviously, that's our premier event for our tart, cherry, and apple and wine grape industry, where they come to the research station and then they learn about how to get ready for the upcoming year. So we bring in speakers from all across the state and beyond to help them kind of prepare for that upcoming agriculture year. We also share research trials that we had been doing at the research station for that last year. So we share that cutting edge research that we're doing right here in the field and then get them ready for the next year as well. Our Master Gardener program is another high impact program in the county. Our Extension Master Gardeners volunteered over 538 hours last year in Benzie County directly, which is a value of $17,000. Those Master Gardeners did several projects. One project included a partnership with Seeds Eco School System, where middle school students learned about plants, gardening, and pollinator conservation while working in the garden with Extension Master Gardener volunteers. Plus, they hosted plant clinics on just from May through October, rather, at the Benzonia Public Library, where residents could bring in their diseased, dying, dead plants and bugs and get those identified and learn more about what they can do at their own home to manage that particular pest or invasive. And that's staffed by our volunteers as well, the Master Gardeners. And then here's a picture of Sam over here on the left. And again, that's her role and scope, is to help those local growers kind of continue to grow and farm in place and provide accommodations. And that's funded through Easter Seals and Agribility. And so the nice part about that is that these growers can continue to do their livelihood, something that maybe might spark joy for them. And those accommodations that we can provide help them to continue their livelihood and maintain purpose in their life, for sure. And then obviously our farm stress work. I know you've had some time with Dr. Remy Rice as well. But again, that farm stress program works directly with local growers to help them manage the stresses associated with being in the agriculture profession. I know Rem shared last time he was here that in that particular employee subset, growers have the highest incidence of suicide of any particular occupation. And so for us, it's very important to utilize and leverage this statewide grant that we have to be able to provide this investment to help people manage their mental health while also continuing to do work that sparks joy for them. And I was really, really caught by the quote that Rem had in our annual report, just about how that grower really seemed to find purpose and seemed to find a rejoiced sense of joy as once he got his mental health kind of better managed. So again, our 4-H program works with area youth specifically in and around focusing on how they can continue to bud their entrepreneurial skills, as well as how they continue to grow and learn about giving back to the community. And Allie Olson provides leadership to that. And just so that you know, she's on maternity leave for the next few months, and we've hired someone to do some backfill for her with fairs coming up and such. But Allie gave birth to a little baby girl here, so we're excited for her.
Can I ask a question
Yes,
before
sir.
we leave that
Yes.
slide?
Yes.
On the 4-H program, is that a steady number of participants, a declining number?
I would say that she's been growing. We gained more people this last year through some of the work she's been doing in and around horse and pony and the work that she did in and around the soccer. We gained numbers in soccer this year. So yes, each year it does grow. She's been Allie's been working very hard about recruiting additional volunteers to help grow and manage that program.
Okay.
So. Whoops, wrong way. One thing I was really proud of this last year at Fair, and so again, what youth do as part of Fair is they purchase an animal and then they raise that animal throughout the year, and they learn tips and tricks on how to obviously produce a high quality animal to take to Fair to sell. And then they can utilize, a lot of those youth utilize those funds that they get from the auction for like college or buying a first car or something like that. But what I was especially proud of was the donation back. So what happened last year at Fair, after youth learned all these entrepreneurial skills to bring an object to marketplace to sell and create, kind of folks in energy around bidding on their project, the buyers donated back 1,720 pounds of meat back to the Veterans Affairs. So again, it's a very giving community up here where they recognize that they purchased this 4-H animal to help benefit the 4-H'er, and then they gave the money, they gave the animal meat back. So again, we were especially proud of that particular distribution of funds of product really to give back to others that maybe would need utilize that protein in their daily meals. So.
So Jennifer, you
Yes.
said your funding was state, federal, county, and grant. So when kids go to do the babysitting courses and participate in the fair, is it no cost for them?
Some things have costs. It just depends on if we have any costs associated with delivering it. Like, for example, some of the things that we do that maybe are more higher impact costs, it might be like going like on a sale on a schooner or something. If there's a cost to us, that's passed on to the youth. But a babysitting class like that, if there's no cost associated with it to be able to hold it, it's at no cost to the youth.
Just a follow-up question on
Yes.
that. Does that prepare these people to be certified for childcare?
No,
Or is this completely different?
it would be different than certifying for childcare, but we're hoping through those planting of the seeds, if you will, that potentially they might then say, hey, I really like to work with youth. This was something I enjoyed doing. I realize I can make money from it. Maybe I'll go to NMC and follow up my education and get my childcare credentials. But it would enable them to potentially utilize those skills and gain references that they can maybe get a foot in a door as a job leaving high school for sure. Getting kids ready for after high school is one of the great things about 4-H is that they're learning valuable job skills, they're learning entrepreneurship, and they're learning leadership, all things that we would want to bring into our workforce for sure. So again, we had a nice legion of kids that went down to Exploration Days, and Exploration Days is a chance where kids can go to MSU campus and live like a college student. They live in the dorms. As hot as it was this last year, I think it was like the hottest year on record. It was 90 degrees in those dorms. So the kids get a chance, they choose their classes and they get a chance to kind of be what it's like to be a college student. And one of your youth went there, received a full scholarship to attend thanks to our partnership with Tractor Supply. So again, we utilize some of this fundraising we do as an entity and then give back to the youth so that they can participate in these things at no cost. And then the soccer players, again, I had mentioned to Commissioner Janot that we had an increase in soccer players this year, and we had more youth fielding in the larger age category, which has been typically hard for us to do. So that was positive that, because typically youth in this certain age category, I think Allie was saying like over 9 to 13, they're busy doing multiple things. It's hard to kind of find that's that sweet spot when kids are doing multiple activities, but we have been having trouble fielding teams, but we had 3 teams this year. So that was good. And this was referencing some new partner and expansion. So Ally had been working with Traverse City Horse Shows, and they gave a generous donation back to the Pony Club to allow them to have clinics and a schooling show, so area youth could have more opportunities to learn more about horsemanship and to be able to ride. So that was a nice partnership that she developed through the horse show over at Flintfield.
And Jennifer, on
Yes.
that, in your report, you said this is making a comeback.
That's what Ally had said. So the Pony Club was kind of not as robust club initially, but because of this increase in fundings, because of having Ally's experience back with horses, because she used to work at local stables. So she has a very deep passion with horses. So when you have someone with that passion, it's easy to excite others. So because of her excitement and because of this partnership, we're able to regrow that.
And because of her history, so she has those connections already made.
Yes.
Good to-
And obviously Caitlin, she's transitioned into a new role with MSU Extension. So she moved into a food access and older adult nutrition position, and her current position is currently vacant. And so she's been kind of filling in for that a little bit. But again, these are reflections on what she did last year. So Caitlin had worked with so again, just a reminder about what Caitlin's role was, that community nutrition instructor works with area youth that are of limited resource and adults of limited resource to help them learn how to stretch their food dollar, how to increase their physical activity, and to access food as needed through food banks and such, and how to utilize those foods. And so a lot of the work that's done is around policy systems and environmental change. Rather than just teaching people, we tried to change things at a higher level to make it more structurally, to make the impacts bigger, like working with a local food pantry, maybe to have more nutrient dense foods might be an example of that. Well, one thing Caitlin did this last year was help work with a school, Frankfurt, Alberta, to have a share table, which was very interesting to me. And that share table was if you had something in your lunchbox or you had something you received at breakfast and you weren't going to eat it, rather than putting it in the trash and wasting it, they put it on this table. So as youth walk by that table, if they're hungry or if they need something later on as a snack or they didn't have enough in their lunch, they could access what's on that share table. So 315 students were reached, saving 530 pounds of food from the landfills. So to me, that's very significant. And if you think about it, if someone's hungry later and they don't want to say, hey, I'm hungry, I need more food, this is a very easy way just to put something in your pocket and say, I'm going to eat it for later. So again, reducing that stigma associated with food insecurity and making food accessible so students can be more functional in the classroom. The more that they have food and nutrients in their system, the more likely they're going to be able to learn. And so again, that was just a nice benefit of that.
So this nutrition and physical activity education isn't a one and done. It's
No.
more of a wraparound program and establishing routines like the share tape.
It's focusing on what are the policy systems and environmental changes that we need to make to be able to create long sustaining impact change. So again, we value we value the outreach as well, because sometimes you need to learn that recipe, but how do you create a holistic approach so that the policy systems and environment around you are conducive to healthy eating and making good food choices? Yeah. So again, just talking a little bit more, she's talking here about the pantry. So again, there's a student pantry at that same school where they can take home pantry bags, which have food for the weekend, and it has a recipe and food inside of it so that youth can make that recipe with their family over the weekend, again, hoping to reduce that food insecurity of that family. Again, she did do some nutrition education in schools, like you were mentioning, Commissioner Cunningham, specifically focusing on, again, increasing their knowledge about healthy eating and physical activity. She also participated and helped with the Red Bag Meal Program, which our seniors get the red bag. And again, it's a partnership between Bacon and the Senior Resources Center, where the bag includes food from the pantry, a recipe on how to make it, and then obviously additional tips on nutrition. And so again, that's the piece that Caitlin helped was the nutrition tips and the recipe, and then Bacon provides the food. So that goes right to seniors.
And we'll
sorry.
have follow-up on this.
Yeah. Yep. So it's across all ages, which is nice. So anyone that's food insecure anyone in the county is eligible for Caitlin's program. So. And again, we always like to work and build strong communities. So we have Mark Breederland, who I know you've met before when he's come and talk about the high water levels in the state. And again, we're pleased to report this year, water levels are just kind of where they need to be, which is good. But again, Mark continues to work with local marinas and municipalities in and around water quality issues so that we have obviously a safe place, plus also good harbors for our industry in that regards. We also have Parker Jones, who works with the Innovation Center and the MSU Product Center, which we'll talk about his impacts next. And Wendy Whelan has also done some work in the county as well in the same respect. So again, just Northern Michigan Counties Association, John Amrine coordinated that for MSU prior to his retirement. I think he's still doing it as like a temp on call, but I want to again thank Commissioner Janat, who's I know you're representative for Benzie County, so thank you much for your active participation in that association. I do know that that's definitely a very positive way for commissioners and administrators to learn and share with each other what's happening in the state and best practices as well. Again, I know I've talked about our product center work before, but our product center works specifically with local entrepreneurs to increase their ability to form and navigate the regulatory maze associated with starting a new business. So we have in Benzie County directly, we had 4 clients that we worked with their businesses. We provided 12 counseling hours, which yielded $4,000 in increased sales growth for a total of 14 employees, 1 new license, 1 new product launch, and again, $750,000 in annual sales. So again, that's something that's very positive about the product center work is it's helping to build local businesses in your county, specifically in and around entrepreneurship. Again, I always want to thank you for your time and giving me the chance to present today. And thank you so much, team, for coming. No, it's my miscommunication today. So, but again, thank you so much for coming. And I want to give a special shout out to Carrie. Thank you for doing our annual report this year. Carrie tackled it for the first time, and I think she did a beautiful job. So thank you. Any questions for myself or the team?
Gary?
You do a great job. I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
I know they do.
Well, thank you so much again for having me. And again, thanks a lot for always giving us a chance to present. And it's always my distinct pleasure. This is always my happiest day of every year is to present the great work of my team, because I have always said this to them and they know this, but I have the best team in the state for sure. So, and the Benzie County office is no exception. So thank you.
Good presentation.
Yes, very nice. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We move on to new business.
It's up to you. Zach is here for the master plan discussion, and we also have Jennifer here from Advantage Benefits Group.
Okay. And who needs how much time?
Zach, how much time do you need?
Depends on
10
us.
minutes. Zach, it is.
Center stage. You want to set the timer, Tim?
10 minutes, Jay.
That was being generous. I probably just need like 5. Essays, man.
This was a bigger document, so I went through 3 of them. These are split them evenly. So the data update for the 2017 master plan and the 2024 data. Whatever data was most recent from the ACS or the US Census Bureau, agricultural census. You'll see throughout the plan that there's some of what we use as Business Analyst Online. That is Esri, that's the GIS software that we have access to. What they do, because there's a lot of rural character in the community, and so we use that for a lot of the areas up here in Northwest Michigan. What that does is it smooths the data. So what you'll find for especially employment data is that they'll suppress the information, because if there's only 10 people working in an industry, then obviously you probably know who those 10 people are. So it has a lot of revealing information about them. What Business Analyst does is it smooths that data. So it compares, say, one of the townships to a nearby township or a township of similar character somewhere else in the state. And it basically fills in that information based off of inferences that they're making. The only changes that you'll see from the appendix are the maps have been updated, the graphics have been updated. One of the things that I talked to Karen about, which we've talked about frequently throughout this planning process, is kind of the county's role in terms of promoting collaboration amongst the townships, but not overstepping what they are capable of doing on their own. So not, you know, taking tasks away from them so that they're, you know, wondering why the county's doing that when they have the ability to do that. But instead taking on the role of when they're not meeting certain gaps, or they're not able to, say, fill a planning commission, or they're not able to expand their water infrastructure on their own, and need perhaps the county as a fiduciary or to sign a letter of support, then that's something that the county can come in and provide. And that's reflected also in the goals. But I just wanted to point out that there's a page after the goals that puts that into sort of a narrative form. We also added an aging in place section. Yep, go ahead.
I wanted, before you leave that.
Yeah.
The last time that you presented to us, I asked the question, are we thinking big enough? Are we thinking long-term enough? And I listened to what Karen had to say, and then afterwards, we had someone at public input commented about this also with respect to the county's role in infrastructure. Infrastructure probably needs to be defined maybe a little differently. But should we be more proactive in, and I'm not saying next year, I'm not saying the year after, but at some point in time, should we be more proactive in saying, going back to the community and seeing if we should pull things back together again? Meaning we used to have county planning, we used to have zoning. I'm wondering if things aren't moving along because we have punted it away.
So the way it's written in there is to do a survey. The county does a survey with the local jurisdictions to figure out where their gaps in providing services are. So that can be as broad as planning services to infrastructure to youth sports programs, whatever it might be. But I think the planning, especially, you know, biased planner, that is, you know, if you, like we talked about before, a lot of these townships are going to have a hard time filling a planning commission in the next 20 years. Our population is not expected to grow despite what we've seen recently. That's from MDOT data. We have an aging population, volunteerism's down. I think it's going to be hard to fill a zoning board of appeals, a planning commission. And that's where, you know, we talked about those different models. It doesn't have to be the county getting directly involved. It might be you helping them form a joint planning commission like a lot of townships have done across the state.
You understand where I'm going with this based on the input that I was listening to is, do we wait for them to come to us or do we go to them and suggest that maybe it's time to take this back to the county level?
I can't answer that because I don't know the exact nature of the relationship with the townships. I think that would be for you all to kind of be able to, you would have to decide that on your own if it's something that you want to be proactive on. And I think a survey is a good spot to start. You know, it's asking the question. And, you know, so like I mentioned before, we're doing that in Manistee County right now, where we're going to each of the municipalities and saying, how's your zoning? How's it going? Do you have a zoning administrator? Or how many hours a week do they work? Are you filling a planning commission? And we've had 10 townships say, help us form a joint planning commission. We love the contract work the county does for us. And we've had another 10 to 12 say, leave us alone, pitchforks and fire, please stay away from us. So yeah, I think a survey is a good place to start.
So it's documented in here that we don't lose sight of that as being an initiative.
Yeah, I think that's goal 9 or 10. Right in the beginning there is to the first step in figuring out what the gaps and redundancies are is to survey the local jurisdictions to figure out what they need.
Good enough. Thank you.
Yep.
Redundancies and cost savings.
Exactly.
And
Yep.
talent depth. What's our pool, our talent depth for planning?
Yeah, and not just planning, but across the board. Things are getting more technical. And so what could be done by a group of volunteers before is now a full-time staff position, and that costs obviously a lot more money.
Zach, are you ready for questions and concerns, or did you want to get through what you were presenting?
Nope, go ahead. If you got notes, if I could just borrow this and I'll take
Okay,
notes
I'm
as you
to
go.
the Page, where it's easier to implement, more difficult to implement, small impact, large impact, that grid. And if
So-
I were to come to this,
Page 8.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I were to come to this document and start looking at what my county was doing to address issues in the county, I am gonna think that we sat down and
I'm not gonna assume that this was an exercise with sticky notes that
Yeah,
were
okay.
put in quadrants.
Yep.
Because to me, the small impact should be completely removed. To put things like provide affordable and accessible childcare under small impact for Benzie County, it
Mhm.
doesn't make any sense to me at all. The top corner under easier to implement and small impact is infrastructure that improves water quality. That's not a small impact. That's huge to our area. So to me, the majority of the things that we addressed that people took the time to put on the sticky notes, I mean, these are all large impact items.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not gonna take the time to go down the whole list, but I think it's misleading with a header like small impact.
Yeah,
I-
and that's just what we called it for simplicity during that exercise.
Somebody reading this is not gonna understand that.
Yeah, might just mean a terminology change instead of small impact, something like, we could do broad and specific impacts. I'm just, I can think more deeply about this, but I
And
think,
would like to
I
make
think
it-
you're right. It's not a small impact. It's a more concentrated, specific to one area of the community impact, whereas the other ones were like very large. This is going to impact every single person.
And I would almost like to redo the exercise with these headers in place. So it's a very thoughtful placement instead of sticky notes and, well, let's put this here and this here, and that's where it ends up. Because these are too big of issues to just haphazardly place them where that exercise took us. I would like to put more thought into it.
Okay. So would you like me to pull this out and then
I'm uncomfortable with it.
give you the
But
chance
I'm
to,
not gonna speak for
so
everybody.
what I could do is, pull it out and you have it still, so you kind of know what you said and there's a description of it, but it's not put out there like this was your final decision on what is a more difficult to implement project that's small, it's not those categories.
Is that the consensus of the board to pull that out?
Basically, the whole thing's a wish list to begin with, right?
It's a guide.
The
It's-
guide, it's not, don't think the public's gonna look at it. In fact, odds are they probably won't look at it anyway, too much. You don't see this as a big issue?
So just
You
to,
go through it, I mean.
I just want to reiterate the context of this too. These aren't projects that the county is going to work on right now. Those are the goals and objectives. These are things where we were talking about ARPA funding, and if more federal funding came in, if the federal government, just like the ARPA funds came in and gave another, $30 million or something like that. This was an exercise to figure out where you would direct that funding first and then move down. So I guess that's the context for it. Is that,
Zach, but somebody coming to this document and reading doesn't know that context, doesn't understand. I don't think.
so, I mean, the page before that does go through it and it gives a definition of the different degrees of impact and the ease of implementation. Maybe that's just not clear enough.
Zach, there isn't on anything under the way this is laid out that's gonna allow things like childcare to be under small impact. Or, you know,
Right.
for me, it's the things that landed where they did. If we had time to look at it more closely, would be moved.
Hmm.
So to rely on that exercise as a definitive determination of where money were to go if we got another $30 million, it doesn't reflect what I would want as a commissioner.
Okay.
So that concerns me.
Yep.
For the people who will read it.
Zach, could it be, instead of small impact, put in percentages, or do you know what I mean? From 1 to 20%, it would impact the population. A large impact would be a larger percentage.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of terminology because
Affects population or areas, 20% of the population or less.
yeah, I mean, the easiest thing to do would just be to get rid of the impact and just have easier to implement, more difficult to implement. The issue is that then you have a ton of,
Or just identified uses
Yeah.
of future allocations of funding if they were to, I mean. And again, I mean, I don't know that this list doesn't need to be looked at again. It was an exercise that was top of mind in the moment.
that I think, you know, a list like that, I'd like to drill down on and be more thoughtful
Mhm.
about if there were another tranche of funding, you know, where should that be guided in Benzie County? It's, I don't think it's gonna happen. It's unlikely, but if it were to, it would behoove us to have in mind what our priorities were. And this is a start. I just
Yep.
don't think it's ready to be published and put out as the final thought.
Sure.
That's
Sure.
my opinion, and you all may think differently, but I was uncomfortable with it.
Thoughts?
I think you just need to change the headers. As I look at this, structural integrity of bridges should be a. But you're looking at over $3 million a bridge if you're placing those kind of things. So it's a huge impact and it's the road commission's responsibility.
So that's where you have to think about the impacts is, yes, it's a huge impact, but it not specifically for us because we would help with the road commission. The road commission actually facilitates that.
Right.
So the impact is more so on them. And then we're on the side of that. So that, if you remember that exercise and we went through that exercise, you had to think about too of
Right.
the impact on us specifically versus the organization who may be carrying out that function as well.
We're looking
And so
at the
that may
financial
be
impact.
why some things fell the way they did is because those were really things being carried out by another agency and we were in a supportive role for that. But for our purposes, it's a smaller impact because it's really the large impact falls on the road commission. And I think that was also considered when we did this exercise.
So maybe, I think that's a good point, Kay. I think maybe small and large impact isn't the right terminology. Maybe it's larger responsibility by the county and then smaller responsibility of the county. That's not the exact terminology I would use, but I think that's getting more along the lines of what we're talking about. Because I think you're right. It doesn't make any sense to implementing childcare is a small impact. Of course, it's a large impact, but you know, maybe that's something that's handled more by the private industry that the county could facilitate, and that's why we said small impact.
Well, it's actually childcare is under large impact and more difficult to implement.
Childcare's, it's under small impact, more difficult to implement. It's
Did
the
you
bottom.
move it from one appendix
Uh,
to the next? Because
And it's also it's two places, actually.
I was saying it's actually in both spots, so that's why there's confusion
okay.
too. So we have it under more difficult to implement and large impact, as well as more difficult to import, as well as small impact. It was under
Yeah,
both.
yeah, I just put these directly as they were written on the notes, so.
Actually, we have childcare three places.
Oh,
I'll do it.
there's one on there.
It's also under community improvement, the bottom right corner. It's in that list twice.
Oh, expand childcare. Yep.
Provide childcare usage.
Provide childcare for youth age 0 to 6 and
Expand childcare, as well as, yes, provide affordable and accessible childcare.
So am I understanding this right, that these boxes are all about identifying what the county's role is? So that the ones on the left, the small impact says, we're gonna be relying on other community partners to accomplish this? Am I reading that right?
More or less, it was a broad-based term. I even put in the write-up that this was intentionally ambiguous. I think the context that would make the most sense for this is that this isn't exactly what you're going to do if the money were to come in. This is an exercise that you did 6 years ago to go, okay, 6 years ago, what were we looking at? Okay, number one was for large impact, easier to implement. We were looking at expanding education for adults, protecting natural resources. That's what let's drill more into that. It was more of a, if that were to happen, you're not starting from zero. You've had some discussions on what you want to do, if that makes sense. But I would agree that the small and large impact, the terminology doesn't sound great when you present it that way.
I think you're closer to the track by saying county and partner responsibility.
Okay, yeah, I'll mull over some ideas but does that, I know that's
Mulling would be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me send some ideas and then let me, if you review that page before that, where we talk about, where I go into the context of, what this activity was. And that this isn't, I can add some more context to that this isn't a definitive list of what the county wants to do if money were to come in. You know, it can be more along the lines of, this is to make sure that you weren't starting from zero if it were to come in.
Could it be rather than planning for the future, but brainstorming for the future or
Yeah.
something on those lines? Because when the page before
Envisioning.
indicates planning, so you would read that and say, this is their plans.
Yep.
Whereas if we said, brainstormed ideas or,
Guidelines.
considerations for
If we
future
do
funding.
Want it to represent a plan, let's spend some time with it and make it look like an outline for what would reasonably be a plan.
Yeah, yeah. And so again, I want to make sure that this is separated from, because we spent a lot of time on the goals and objectives, right? We spent 4 meetings on that. And I think that's your definitive list of like, this is what we want to work on. This over here was an activity we did in case the federal government comes in with a ton of money again.
Maybe it says considerations for future funding, because then they're all things to be considered. Was that a little more broad?
Fabulous.
Yes.
Based on what I'm hearing, and I will acknowledge for the 3rd time in meetings, I wasn't here for most of this. So I'm really reluctant to contribute much, but maybe what you're really looking for is planning for future windfall funding.
Mhm.
Because that's what I'm hearing you guys say.
Okay. And I'll make sure that that's the context, because again, like Rhonda said, I don't think you want this to look like you're not considering childcare as a high priority. It's clearly not true, but the activity, and again, it is in 3 different spots. So what that shows is that there was a little bit of disagreement amongst, some negotiation that might have to happen between you all to get to a point where you're like, okay, this is what we want to focus on.
The small impact, it's just kind of insulting on, it doesn't really represent what these things are, but the designation of relying on partner or private resources to implement these kind of things is going to be necessary. I don't know how we want to change that, but I don't know.
I'll think of some options, but yeah, the small and large doesn't work. Yeah. Anything else that you noticed when you were reviewing the plan? I'm over my 10 minutes.
Oh, so you're past 10 minutes already.
I would just say we're.
Our fault.
Any more questions for Zach? I don't see.
Hearing none. Okay. I will shoot Katie some options for, I'm not gonna shoot Katie. I will send Katie some options for page 7 and 8 for what you want to do. And then if you just wanted to disperse that to everybody, and then we'll get some feedback and just make sure that language gels with how you want to present that section of the plan. But yeah, great working with you all. Hope I'll see you in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
Do you want to take this one?
Do you have notes on it?
Just a couple that I-
You can take it.
Katie, is it worth noting when we took this on the updated master plan, we were in the middle of ARPA disbursement and we decided to do a very minimal review of the master plan and decided that 5 years down the road for our next renewal will be a more in-depth. I just don't know if that's worth noting. That we weren't going to totally redo the master plan. We were just giving it
Once over. Noting right now or in the document?
thing right now.
Oh, okay.
In the minute.
So
Yeah, in the minute.
in the minutes for the public's benefit, yes, the discussion was because we were in the midst of this, big pot of money from the federal government and just kind of in a big state of change and, doing things a little differently. The idea was to do an addendum and so offer some updates to the plan, but because things could look very different in 5 years because of the influx of one-time federal funding, to do a true rewrite in 5 years when things have really been put into place, the money's been spent and things have been invested in. So for this purpose, we're just doing a quick update to it. Updating the demographics, tweaking some of the goals and expanding upon some of the ideas. But then in 5 years, when we do this again, and hopefully everyone enjoys that, it'll be a full rewrite of the plan.
Thank you for noting.
Mhm.
The fact that we use the expression addendum says that it's not a full rewrite.
All right, moving forward. We want to take care of Advantage Benefits Group.
Yeah. She's been here for an hour. Yes. Sorry, Jennifer.
Oh, don't be sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, I think we'll go to our slides, Katie. Yep, hold on. The top one, yeah. Okay, great. Everybody's favorite topic, employee benefit. So I will start this as we're looking for the slides with this is my 38th year doing this. And we're back to about 10 years ago in our industry where we're just seeing huge increases across the board. I could go down a rabbit hole as to why, but anybody who reads a newspaper can probably assess the key drivers. And then you add a lot of claims utilization with your particular group, and you just got hit really hard if you didn't have a chance to look at it. This is one of the biggest ones I've actually seen in 20 years, a 40% increase. And we're flipping right to the next page, Katie, and
I just want to quickly say, this is Jennifer with
Oh.
Advantage Benefits Group. Last year, you would have seen Lauren Harris. Lauren Harris is moved back to Priority Health specifically. And so Jennifer is now our representative, and she is lovely.
Katie, what page is this on in the packet? It's not bookmarked.
it's not in the packet.
It's not, we
Oh,
just
it's not.
finalized this yesterday.
I saw something.
There's a little bit of it.
Yeah, there's some high level, but this presentation goes into a bit more detail specifically for the discussion today.
I just came across it just now.
Was item E under new business.
Let's see what page. 254.
And I'm not sure if everything was in there, so apologize for anybody trying to look at the spreadsheet. I'll explain what it's saying.
253, 254, and the web version.
I got it. It is in the packet.
Some of it, yep.
So when you look at that, apologize again, basically this is a spreadsheet that shows the current benefits that are in place right now. And then the plan changes October 1 into a new plan year. So this is what that's representing. For Benzie County, Blue Care Network delivered a renewal increase when you add in the HRA funds. So for those of you who are not tracking real closely with what an HRA is, it's just a health reimbursement account behind the scenes that brings the total cost deductible and out of pocket to the employee down. So it's combining the premium as well as the HRA fees or reimbursements. And the net renewal, if we stayed exactly the same as you are right now, would be an increase of almost 42% and $470,000. And I mean, that's just crazy. So we went back to Blue Cross. We worked very closely with Blue Cross. We worked very closely with Priority Health, and we said, listen, we've got to do better than this. So we looked at many gyrations of plan designs, higher deductibles, lower deductibles with no HRA, all of the fun gyrations, and they just couldn't get there. Blue Cross could not get there. If you ever wanted to call me and talk about the bottom line of what drove costs, be happy to share that with you. So the good news is in the state of Michigan, we have another good competitor. If we didn't, we would be staring at this with nowhere to go. So Priority Health came through. I'm not going to lie. I think they came through way more than I thought they were going to. It was a little bit celebratory in my office when we saw it. We had to double check it a couple of times. I actually made a call to a senior Priority person to say, I just can't deliver this without knowing for sure it's accurate. So the plan design is different. And again, I know I'm on a time frame, but it is what's called a qualified plan. For those of you who are not familiar with a qualified plan, it just means it can be married to a health savings account. So I know it gets confusing when we talk about health reimbursements accounts and health savings accounts, but the health savings accounts, in my opinion, and selling them for many years is the sizzle. So it really will benefit a lot of people to have ability to have a health savings account by funding it themselves, by perhaps funding it through you folks and the county. We will talk about that. But the straight up premium in terms of premium to premium, what's going to be charged to the county is about just less than a 6% increase. So you talk about a 40% increase down to a 6% increase, they kind of save the day. I get a little worried when an insurance company saves the day because I think they're buying the business. They're going to come back next year. They're going to hit you twice as hard. So we were able to negotiate roughly a 13% increase max next year. Trust me, we work very hard to keep the maxes not on the, we want them much lower. But if you looked at your loss ratio, that is a gift. Your loss ratio is huge. And I kind of wanted to applaud your group because if you start with the young kids and you teach them nutrition and you teach them exercise and good habits, perhaps we're going to have some changes in the future. Otherwise, it's kind of gloom and doom when you look at juvenile diabetes and everything that's happening, not trying to go sideways, but I applaud you on that. I thought that was awesome. So that is the plan design we're looking at. It's a very benchmarked plan. I work with Grand Traverse County. I work with Roscommon County. It's right in line with those programs. In addition, the goal here is to not offer, or rather not ask for any payroll contribution for that plan, the HSA plan. So I think we've worked well together to get to the point where we think that it can be within the budget to do that. And possibly, if we're at the next one.
This is priority.
With the funding? Yep. Okay. The idea then would be what most organizations do when they introduce a plan that's a qualified plan with a health savings account. They quote unquote seed the account, meaning they put some money into that health savings account for that individual. So that helps that individual who is maybe taking a prescription drug at the first of the year, who has to go in for surgery the first of the year. There's some money in there contributed by the county and some money from paycheck one they can put in themselves. I'm going to go into a lot more detail about what a health savings account is because again, it's the sizzle. But when you look at the deductible here, that's the deductible the individual who's enrolled in as individual has to meet before the plan pays anything. And the family is the same thing. That's required by the IRS. So to have a qualified plan, it means those days of copays, I go to a doctor for this copay, I fill a prescription for that copay, that does not apply under a qualified plan. Okay, so I just want to make sure that those nuances are kind of in our mind as we think of seeding those accounts with some money.
Just to clarify, looking at this, and it's also in your packet on page 255, the left is the BCN plan that we have right now. On the right is the Priority Health Plan being proposed.
So if you're ready, I can carry on to, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you're probably going to get there, but we don't have an HSA now, do we?
No, we have an
And
HR.
you're going to be proposing that we do,
Correct,
but we have an HRA right now.
correct.
Okay. And you're going to at some point out to us what the differences are in each program because there's got to be a reason why the costs are lower.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And so basically, just to kind of clarify what an HRA is, it's not a real account. A health reimbursement account is a promise to pay. So we in the insurance business, we layer these programs in. So you can buy a higher premium. So you get lower costs from a premium. And then you add that behind the scenes layer of that health reimbursement account. But nobody owns that account. It's just a promise to pay. Or health savings account, and I'm going to get into this, but I don't think reputation is a problem when these concepts get brought up. A health savings account will actually belong to the employee. So it's truly a bank account that belongs to them. Any dollars put in by them, any dollars put in by you is that employee's account.
It's portable.
It's portable. It goes with them. They can take it to retirement. It's really the best the government allows in terms of taxable savings. It goes in tax-free, it grows tax-free, it goes out tax-free. Okay. So these are very, very different mechanisms to manage cost.
And you can have an HRA and an HSA within the same plan.
Technically you can, but it's very rare.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yep. So before we go down that path of exactly what an HSA is, we just wanted to note a couple things. Priority Health does a very good job, and I sell them all. I care about you more than I care about the insurance companies, clearly. But I do like some of the things that Priority Health does. They do have a rider. Remember, I just said all benefits are payable by that deductible first. So the employee and their family has to meet the deductible. We did add what's called a rider for preventive services. So if an individual is on an asthma med, these are just examples, there's a whole list, an asthma med, cholesterol, depression, diabetes, heart condition, osteoporosis, and some services, we will waive the deductible and it'll be a flat copay. We being the insurance company will waive it. Why was this created? The IRS approved this, oh gosh, I'm losing track of time. Let's just call it 10 years ago. They used to say everything had to go to subject to the deductible, where there were a lot of people on these plans that couldn't afford their preventive meds when they had to have them on a maintenance basis. So they said, fine, we will allow riders to be written. So we included this rider. So if anybody's on any of these meds, we don't want them worried about meeting their deductible before they can fill their prescription. Does that make sense to everybody? So we're very happy with that rider.
It does, but the most common complaint that I would hear from employees over the years is that the more advanced drugs that are being prescribed aren't available under your insurance plan. Does this describe all of the drugs that are available, like for diabetes?
No,
No,
no.
Oh, there's a bigger list.
Oh, huge list.
Okay.
Yeah.
this is just a snapshot to show the major topics as far as what we would.
So it's unlikely that if we switch plans, when we switch plans, we're not gonna have an employee that today is getting one drug and then they find out it's no longer a qualifying drug. Is that likely to happen?
There's potential for that because at the end of the day, two insurance companies have two different formularies, and a formulary simply means what they've put as covered under their prescription drug programs. They look at it from I'm going to get a little technical, but you're asking a great question. They have a pharmaceutical therapeutical committee that they look at the cost and effectiveness of a medication. And if there's one over the other, they're going to choose that for their formulary. So there could be individuals, we're doing our best to identify any meds that are covered under the Blue Care Network formulary that perhaps are not covered under the priority. So there will be a transition time where they can continue to fill that med before they have to transition to the other equivalent medication.
Okay.
It's
so
not ever not covered. It just wouldn't be covered as generously.
Right, and it's important to note the equivalency. So what we talked about is, somebody may be on a specific drug, but there are alternatives that have the same, result. They're just a different brand. They're generics per se. And so we'll work very closely with employees who maybe are on specific drugs who, that drug isn't covered. We'd work to find them an alternative that has the same effect. We would work through that process.
So we'll transition them rather than saying, this is your cutoff
Yeah,
date,
good
you're
luck.
done.
Yeah.
Because sometimes what happens, and this isn't a personal experience, this is what I'm hearing,
Mhm.
is that, yes, there is an alternative drug. My doctor has tried it with me. For whatever reason, it doesn't work. So even though you want to transition me into that, I've tried it, doesn't work. I need this drug.
In those situations, typically, like in that situation where they've tried the alternative drug, a lot of times the doctors will work with them to still push the other drug,
Okay.
if that's what works.
So there is some, as long as you've gone through the appropriate steps, there may be some negotiating that can happen to make sure the employee is getting what they need.
Yeah, well, it's called step therapy. They'll be asked to go through step therapy. They'll be asked to try the alternatives. And if it doesn't work for them and it's clear it doesn't work, then they could possibly be put on the same med or a different equivalent. I'm never going to stand in front and say everybody who's on their med is going to be able to stay on their med because I know that's not true.
Okay.
But most people will find that the meds are equivalent and that they're going to end up on a med that meets their needs.
And I'm not going to belabor this, just one more question.
Sure.
If they've already been through the steps, that's the frustration for the
I know.
employee. They've already been through it. Now they got to go through it again, knowing what the results are going to be. There's no way to avoid that.
Generally, the answer is no, way to avoid that. But I will tell you on the flip side, some folks are going to say, oh, the med I was on is on the priority health formulary, and they might go to the med that they moved away from when last moved from priority to blue.
I just want to make sure the employee understands.
And
that.
we're going to work very hard. We're going to have a lot of employee meetings. We're going to have Priority Health at the meetings where they can go right online and look at the med and look at alternatives. So in advance, they can start that conversation with their doctor.
Okay, great, great.
But those are really very important questions.
Would go into effect January 1.
It would go into effect October 1. Mhm.
We're on a weird calendar compared to normal.
The only thing I want to mention on this page, if you look at the bottom, because we talked a lot about the formulary and the prescriptions, Priority does a great job with diabetes prevention programs. So they'll reach out to individuals whose data comes through as that they are at risk for being diabetic. It's a 16-week program. It's no cost to the employee. They get a digital scale. They work with a coach. Over and over, I hear huge success stories. So we'll talk about this during our open enrollment meetings as well. No cost to the employee, doesn't impact their deductible. And like I said, most people who go through the full 16-week lose about 15% of their body weight. Okay, so I like that one. A couple other value services, and I know we're on a time limit because when I get to that HSA, Priority's worked on a lot of additional programming. The couple that I want to talk about here, I really like Priority Health Mom. There's a lot of new moms. There's a lot of, I don't care for the words, but geriatric moms. That's anybody having a baby at 35 or older. Very good program. I know it's offensive, but whatever.
That's not geriatric, but
It is when you're
It's called
pregnant.
geriatric pregnancies.
Yeah.
I know. Hostile.
It was
Anyway,
about to get hostile.
the other one is Assist America. So everybody would get access to, if they were traveling Canada, Europe, wherever they're at, they would have Assist America. I've actually had somebody in my family use Assist America. They fly the family home. Last thing you want to do is be in Costa Rica and need to be in the hospital. So really good program covered by Priority Health. Okay, let's talk about health savings accounts. So this will be a little repetitive. A health savings account, referred to as an HSA, is a savings account for employees to open and fund, and it's theirs to keep. We'll talk about the banking relationship, but it is a true account that belongs to them. They name a beneficiary. There's, sometimes people say it's too good to be true. It is not too good to be true. Money goes in pre-tax, just like a 401k, grows tax-free, comes out for legitimate reasons, medical, dental, vision, prescription, tax-free, okay? You can as an employer can put money in. We threw out there 900 per individual, paid over 4 quarters, 1,800 per family, paid over 4 quarters. The reason we don't usually suggest a one-time October 1 is you do have turnover. So as soon as you put that money in somebody's account, they can leave tomorrow, they've got the full amount. Okay, so it can be done quarterly, it can be done semi-annually. A decision, most like to do it quarterly
This
as
is
a benchmark.
Designated account that's established at your bank, correct?
We'll talk about the banking options, but that is correct. Yep. So the benefits are the sizzle of an HSA. We talked about some of them in particular. It does help keep plan costs affordable. People are still going to burn through their deductible. You're still going to have high claimants, but a lot of individuals are going to be able to roll their dollars over year over year over year. So if we were able to come over and just to kind of give you an idea, you were 1 year able to double your deductible and say, we're going to charge something for that lower deductible, not for the higher deductible. If I have $2,000-3,000 in my health savings account, I can afford to go with that higher deductible. So it gives some strategies for individuals, especially as they're growing, that grow their family, have more usage, etc. Great savings tool. Candidly, I can tell you at my age, I don't use my health savings account money. I am rolling it so I can help pay for my Medicare costs one day, my long-term care, whatever my situation may be, because I'm not quite at the number of years other people are. I talked about the triple tax savings. That's not even in the 401k. 401ks or any kind of retirement plans go in and grow tax-free, but once you take them out, you're going to be taxed. At age 65, if somebody has grown their HSA to $20,000-$30,000 and they want to use it as another retirement plan, they don't have to use it as a medical, dental, etc. vehicle. They can use it as another retirement account and just pay the taxes on where their tax is at that point. Okay. A little bit more just to make it clear, the debit card is the best way for people to use it. They can use their debit card at the point of service, at a doctor's office, at a hospital, at a lab, at a pharmacy. Their call, they don't have to use it at all. They can roll it and grow it. I already said it's tax-free. They take it with them when or if they leave Benzie County. It's always the employee's money. A lot of times people get confused about the use it or lose it. Well, if I don't use it by the end of the year, I lose it. We'll do our best to educate that that does not apply. This is a very, very different account. They designate a beneficiary, can be enrolled into a HSA if, to your point, Commissioner, I'll tell you that. So you can start with one bank account with your HSA. So let's just say we go with Honor Bank and they don't have, I get to $5,000. I can go to Forefront, I'm using examples, and say, oh, you have better funds for me to put my HSA money. I can have as many HSA accounts as I want. The only rules are how much can I put in them. But if I want to take the $10,000 and go to Forefront, and because they have better returns on the investments, I'm going to go there. Because remember, it grows tax-free as well. And then they roll and grow. And I said that a couple different times. So employees cannot take the money out of their HSA. So they can't go buy a vacation or a big screen TV or a fancy without penalties. And then they would have to pay taxes on it. I always say this has nothing to do with any of your HR team, doesn't have anything to do with the county. The only thing that would ever come up with it, how you spend your HSA money is if you get audited. So we just tell people, take a picture of your receipts or throw them in a box or know that you have them online somewhere. So if you ever get audited and they say, Jennifer, I saw you put $2,000 in an HSA and you took $2,000 out, what'd you spend your $2,000 on? It's between me and the IRS. There's nothing extra that your county team has to do. Okay. So the 2024, this is a little complicated, but I will, if you're putting this in, and I think you probably will, that'll go effective October 1. They're enrolled October 1, they can max their HSA. Most people don't, because most people don't have that kind of discretionary income, but you can take it up to $4,150 and as an individual, $8,300 with one or more dependents. And if it was me and my husband, we're blessed with being over age 55, we could each put in another $1,000. Okay, that's the most you can in the course of the year. That's the addition between anything the employer pays and anything the employee chooses to put into that account. Every year it goes up slightly. 2025, you can see the contributions maximum are $4,300 individual, $8,550, one or more dependents with, again, $1,000 extra for anybody 55 or older.
So that 2024, you'd have to exercise that by 12/31.
Yeah, they would, or whatever amount they want to put in there.
I realize that, but I
Yep.
mean, it has to be done by December 31st.
Technically, if
you
I
could-
won the lotto in March, I could put in a big chunk and I could, when I do my taxes in April,
Oh,
I could take credit for it.
okay.
If you want to get down to that's a good point. Yep.
Okay.
Until I file my taxes, I can put that money in there. I
Got it.
can't after. Okay. Questions? Everybody good on that? Okay. I think we have one more. These are sample eligible expenses, deductibles, coinsurance, copayments, the most obvious. Dental, any non-cosmetic services. So the list goes on and on. There's actually a great HSA.com or HSAstore.com. Literally, I've heard of people going in and buying Christmas presents with their HSA money because you can buy all these things right off the store, HSAstore.com. I tell people, yeah, it's nice to have those money in there, but let it roll and grow. If you don't need it, you're blessed with good health. You may need it or will need it probably someday. But these are the sample eligibles. They go on and on. We do a lot of education with that as well.
So for the over 55, you could put $1,000 in per person over 55 in 2024 and then again in 2025.
You got it.
For how long? Every year?
Once a year. Yep.
Really?
To catch up.
Yep, it's catch up. I'll talk a little bit about the retirees, because at age 65, the rules change. So if I work till 70, the rules are going to change for me at age 65 with my HSA. But again, I don't want to go too down a rabbit hole, but that is something that we'll talk about quickly. So the banking options. So Priority Health partners with Health Equity. Health Equity is a HSA bank. That's all they do. You're not going to see them on a corner anywhere. They are a really solid partner because they do everything automatically. So if we did this Health Equity relationship, when somebody enrolls through the county under the HSA, they would automatically get an account opened for them with health equity. So they don't have to go through the extra step of filling out any open account paperwork. And for some people, that's really convenient. The thing that I like most about health equity is that you can go online and look at your claims and you can push a couple buttons and automatically pay. So I don't have to get my card out. I can just actually connect between the banking partner and Priority Health with my claims. So that connectivity. Now, the downside is what I just mentioned, there's no brick and mortar, can't walk in. But truthfully, most people don't need to walk in and talk about their HSA. You know, they know what the account value is. They have their debit card. They might have a question. Health Equity has, really good customer service. However, we did find out a lot of your folks bank with Honor Bank. It's a local bank. There's no account fee. There's no account fee with Health Equity either. There's local branches in case somebody wanted to talk, but they would have to go and open their account. So I worry a little bit if you're going to fund the account for employees. Okay, did you open your account? We can't fund an account that doesn't exist. I don't think it's a good idea. This is just my opinion. This is not my decision, but allowing people to go to whatever bank they want can get really challenging from a payroll perspective and saying, oh, I want to change it this week and change it again next week. But at any point, regardless of the bank that you start with, that you fund the dollars with through payroll contributions or your contribution, once it grows, they can take their account money and put it somewhere else anytime they want. Okay, so there's still flexibility on that side of it, but it's really going to not hit most people for a year or two till they start to acquire some real value in that. Okay, so the decision for you is between Health Equity and Honor Bank. Any questions on that? Again, it's a real bank account, so it's important to have a solid banking relationship.
I would have to make the observation, though, the county probably banks with more than just Honor Bank. In fact, I'm sure they're probably with State Savings Bank too.
They don't.
I'm sure
Not all of
They
them.
don't offer it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, forget the question.
Yeah, I asked him to look into both for us, and State Savings does not offer the HSA option.
Credit unions tend to be a little bit more involved with it. Smaller banks, yeah, I find that interesting, but Chase is not in it. Huntington's not in it. I just don't think they want to deal with it.
Started.
So this is just a summary. I know this was put in your packet. This is just basically saying all the other benefits are in a guarantee mode. So your disability, your life, all of those benefits, we're not making any changes because they're in a guarantee. Okay. The only one, which is the next slide, that I do know is causing some heartburn across this entire state is dental. So basically, long story short, the providers across the state are basically rebelling against all insurance, including Delta Dental, which is the largest in the nation. So Delta Dental waited 7 years to increase the fees to dentists. That was a big mistake. They should have been incrementally increasing them over the course of the time versus the doctors just saying, either increase it or we're out. So I'm sure everybody has heard their doctor saying, I'm no longer accepting Delta Dental. The problem is they're no longer accepting any dental. All right. They're not just saying no to Delta Dental. So when you still look at the overall number of dentists in Delta Dental, it far exceeds anything from any of the other carriers. So basically they came in with a, is that a 9%? 80? Yeah, just over 9, just a little over 9. We were able to negotiate that down from a 12. We're the biggest broker in the state of Michigan with Delta Dental. So we pushed back on them. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but they had to raise the fees to the doctors so the doctors would stop, bleeding out of the network. So it's a good renewal. We recommend staying with Delta Dental, even though there could be savings elsewhere. You're going to have a ton of disappointed people because they're going to get nothing but balance billed. And if you're not familiar with the balance bill concept, it simply means that they'll take the insurance from the payment from the insurance companies and they'll say, but that's not really what I charge. Therefore, you owe me this balance. And it's very frustrating to people paying money for a dental plan or thinking they have a dental plan, thinking they have this great benefit and they keep getting balance billed.
But that's when you get your HSA card out.
That is a fact. That's a great, yep. So if you did get balance billed $100, you can use your HSA card to balance that up. Yep. That's a great point. Questions on that?
And we also did, when it came to the dental, we had heard feedback from staff about certain dentists dropping Delta, but then when you look at the comparable agencies, the dentists don't even accept those agencies either. So Delta Dental really is premier as far as dental insurance. A lot of other dental insurance aren't as widely accepted as Delta.
Absolutely. Okay, well, move into open enrollment. Our goal is to provide as much support for a seamless transition. Now, at the end of the day, anytime you're changing health plans, it's not seamless. But our goal is to make it as easy as possible through a ton of communication and education. So open enrollment this year is going to go from August 1st to, is that August 23rd?
Yes.
My eyes really need help. August 14th, Priority Health is going to be coming in, so they will have their computers. So to the point of prescription drugs, that's going to be key, where they can pull up and look at the alternatives that are available. So they also have offered a dedicated phone line. So what that means, instead of calling customer service or our office, and we're always open to phone calls, they can call the special transition line, leave a message and say, you know, the county's moving over to Priority Health. I have a surgery come November 1. What does that look like for me? What do I have to do? Or I'm on this prescription. I looked it up. It's not covered. What does that look like for me? They will get back to them directly within 48 hours. So that's a dedicated line for transition groups. So we've got them, they've negotiated to provide that. We'll give that to Jackie and Katie, and they can spread the news as we will during the open enrollment meetings. And then the onboarding digital tools, no insurance company anymore is printing. Remember, we used to have the days with all the booklets and everything's digital now, but we will have some printed documents available in the Priority Health Toolkit available as well. And then everything's going to be online again through our Employee Navigator. For those of you who are not familiar with it, it really does a nice job of helping people make good decisions, and we've removed the element of paper. So people aren't filling out of paperwork for every enrollment decision they're making. They're doing it online, and that's open throughout the entire open enrollment experience. Okay. Any questions on the education
In the
communication?
open enrollment,
Mhm.
do they have to fill out everything, or will you map what they currently have into Priority Health?
That's a great question. So it's going to be a active enrollment. So people will need to go in and make a choice, and it will tell them the plan they're in right now. And then they will make that election. Now I don't think we've really gone down the path of mapping it per se, because we're not mapping anything. Technically, you have maybe one or two people in that alternative PPO plan or point of service plan. Everybody else is in the plan that's going to be taken over by this HSA plan. So technically, we could map it. I think we just have to make that decision.
And I'd leave that to administration, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking the easier you make it. When I think of mapping, I'm talking about, the personal information, spouses.
Oh, that's all mapped. That's all mapped. Thank
Oh,
you for,
okay. All right.
yeah, distinguishing that. Yes. They don't have to go in there and put their address unless they make an edit. They don't have to put their primary care doctor unless they make an edit.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Ma'am, the Priority Health, August 14th, is there time for that?
I think it's all day. We're doing
Yeah,
it all
that
day.
was- Yep, all day they'll be here.
9 a.m. kind of deal.
Yeah, we said 8 to 5.
Okay.
We'd assume they'd be here around that.
It's probably on here somewhere, but the preventative things that people get, like your annual physical and a mammogram, and these are all covered activities still, just like Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So everything's subject to the deductible first, with the exception of preventive care. So if it's under the American Medical Association requirement for the age and gender of that individual, then the preventive care will be covered. And all of those services are what you mentioned, and they would be covered. With the exception of, let's say, somebody has more frequency, they go in for a mammogram twice a year because they have had breast cancer. Okay, so as a result, they would be charged for that visit, because then it's diagnostic, not preventive. Okay, that's a good question.
One more question, the HSA funding that's designated in the motion that's prepared, that's one time. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it'd be for this upcoming plan year, the 24-25,
Be
and
funding
then,
for the HSA.
yeah, every budget year, the board would have to consider if and how much they would want to put into an HSA. This is just for this first initial switch. You could change your mind every single year if you wanted to. There's no commitment to do the same every year or increase it every year or what have you.
So then I'll wrap it up just to, I know there's retirees, under the age of 65, they are eligible for the plan. I think the motion is to not provide money in the health savings account, but allow them access to the health plan. As an FYI, and I said it a little bit earlier, when somebody turns 65, they automatically get enrolled in Medicare Part A. That prohibits them. So when I turn 65, I can no longer put money into my own health savings account unless I in advance go to Social Security and say, do not enroll me in Medicare Part A. And truthfully, most people don't do that. They just know that I might do that because I don't really have a big plan to retire and I want to keep funding an HSA. But just FYI, once you're enrolled in Medicare Part A, the IRS says you can no longer put money into a health savings account or have anybody put money into a health savings account for you. Okay. So that's all I had. Was there anything else, Katie, that we missed?
That includes, employer contributions too.
Correct. Yeah,
Ooh. They have to,
might have to call our legislators.
So today, the employee has $1,000 deductible, correct? It's going to 1,600?
The HRA is down, it's brings it down to the 1 and the 2.
Mhm.
But
It's-
this is gonna be 1,600 and
Or
3,200.
3,200, correct.
Okay, and then once they've reached that, they'll just be paying their co-pays and the 20% deductible or whatever that is.
20% coinsurance, correct.
Okay,
Yep.
regardless of how much they have in the HSA.
Correct.
I'm trying to figure out what's the difference in out of pocket for the employees? I'm a little confused with that right now.
Well, because you're gonna put money in there, so let me look at the one with the. So there's gonna be two different schools of thought because you're gonna have. With an HSA, not to clutter your minds more, but with an HSA, the individual at $1,600 is only if you're enrolled as an individual. Okay, this is an IRS rule. This is not something we're creating here. So if I was enrolled with myself, a spouse, and a child, and I'm the only one in my family sick, I would have a $3,200 deductible.
Oh,
That is why the goal is to seed the money at $1,800. So the money over the course of 4 quarters of $1,800 would offset that $3,200 deductible.
And bring it down to 1,400.
and today, under today's plan, even if you have a family, it's still $1,000 for an individual.
You
right?
got it. Yep.
Okay, but now it's gonna be what the full family deductible is.
Yes.
Okay, that's quite a jump.
Well, it is. And that's why the
I
idea,
think he's for the individual, but the individual deductible is 1,600, not 3,200. 3,200 is the family. Double family.
Okay, but she just said that, but if only one person was ill, they would end up having to pay up to 3,200
correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
the family.
in a family. Yeah, right.
And then the family deductible would be met.
But then that would be the same way for a couple also.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything over 1. So that when we do these education, we make it very clear, the only one who's going to stop at 1,600 is a truly enrolled as an individual. Yes, you're not wrong. That's a $600 more deductible than they're paying right now. So that's the idea of that seed money. So it's interesting and I don't want to bore you with this. This is what I do, but,
Big decision.
it's a big decision, but I will tell you that let's just say you get, what is that? $250. I don't know what the first quarter would be by 900, 250, 900 by 4. Anyway, whatever that dollar amount is. So let's say they blew through their deductible of 3,200 and they didn't have all the county money in or their own money in. 9 months from now, or 12 months from now, when they have all the county money in and any money they added, they can write themselves a check out of their HSA and pay themselves back. But I will tell you, looking at your data, 20% of your people are going to teeter around these deductibles. 80% of your people aren't getting anywhere near these deductibles. 80% of the people are going to have dollars that are going to carry over because they're going in for preventive services only, and they're taking meds that are going to be covered with a flat copay.
That's that's based on our current.
That's
Yeah.
based on my review of your utilization, and that's not untrue with any group I work with. You know, 10 to 20% of your costs are driven by really 10% of your employees.
Of course, I'll take the bullet for pointing this out, but when do we have to start talking about employee participation and premium?
So the budget that you were given in your spreadsheet and as is presented includes switching to Priority Health and funding this HSA at the 900 and 1800. So that's how the budget is presented to you. So as you've seen in the budget worksheets, it's a balanced draft of budget. If we don't switch, we need to talk about it. If the plan is to not upset the folks and stay with Blues, we need to talk about it. We can't take that $1 million hit.
Yeah, well, I'm only one vote, but it's obvious where we're going.
Yes, I have talked to the staff. So we have a department meeting every Wednesday after a board meeting. So the department heads and elected officials are there, and it is overwhelmingly told to me that they would rather see changes in the plans than pay any penny out of their paycheck towards the plan. So making this change is what they wanted to see versus a bunch of change or versus paying for the plan itself.
And for those people in the public that would want to criticize the fact that we're not asking for employee contribution, it's important to note that the employee actually is contributing a minimum of $600 more if they're reaching their deductibles. Okay.
The true
was
single
pushing it.
person is actually saving. Yeah. The true single person is saving, because if we fund the deductible $900, it's gonna bring it down 700 out of their pocket, whereas right now it's 1,000.
I gotcha.
So some are saving, but yes, they have overwhelmingly said they'd rather switch carriers, switch the plan style than pay out of their paycheck for that plan. So I think that the staff overall is going to not be upset over these changes because they're not having to pay out of their paycheck every pay period. Because generally, like Jennifer says, our staff is healthy. And so HSAs are really cool in the sense that those healthy people are going to get that extra money.
Yeah, it goes from a promise to pay to actual dollars.
Yeah.
So it
Which
hits
is nice
them.
for budgeting too. So when we send out the trial balance, a lot of times it'll be called out that the HRA lines are quite over in some of the departments because we only budget a proportional amount of those promise to pay amounts because we can't budget the full amount. We just can't. And so with this style, we know exactly what we're paying on behalf of every person. So it's much easier for budgeting, and you shouldn't see those lines then being over budget because it just depends on the year. One department may have a lot of reimbursement utilization, whereas another department maybe was generally healthy and didn't have anything. And so you won't see that going forward either with this style of plan.
And we already have baked in what next year's premium will be.
Yes. So what was given to you in the spreadsheets is baking in you taking action today to switch to Priority Health and to fund the HSAs partially.
Got it. So I have.
Anybody else?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
So if the board is willing and ready to take action today, we would love that. So we could get things rolling. The only thing I would note is that in the motion specifically, it doesn't specifically say that we're not funding the retirement HSAs. If the board would like to take that action, please add that to the motion if whoever reads the motion. Otherwise, the motion would read that we are funding the HSA for retirees.
I'm going to make the motion that the Board of Commissioners approves the Delta Dental renewal and the transition to a 1,600, 3,200 high deductible plan with Priority Health for the 2024-25 medical benefits with an employer HSA contribution of $900 for a single plan and an $1,800 for a two-person full family, as well as ceasing to fund the retirement HSAs.
You could say it that way, or with no contribution to retiree HSA.
I'm going to change it with no contribution to retiree HSAs and authorizes the county administrator's office to sign the benefit provider agreements.
Janat Sports.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, about the retirement people, did we promise them anything when they retired that they're not gonna get charged more? Cause this is now gonna charge more money to our retirees.
So every year we send them a letter as to how much the plans cost. So every year it changes for them. There's no policy. This is just how Benzie's always done it. There are certain collective bargaining agreements that require us to offer the plans, which is what we're doing. We're offering the plans to them. They don't have to take it, but some do. At the current, right now, there's only 2 prior union employees on, the rest are not union employees. So there never was a true written commitment there. It was just how we've always done it here in Benzie County. So
How many retirees will this affect?
5 plus 1 who's just on dental.
And that's till age 65.
Yeah, so it's in the contract that when they become eligible for other benefits, so whether they become disabled, hit the age of 65 or what have you, they're then required to go to those other benefits.
I just don't want to see
Or if they
somebody
get a new job.
that's retired that we've been doing this to now, they're gonna be charged that extra, what, 900, 600, whatever it is.
So the plan cost that what they pay to Benzie County changes every year, so they'll be expecting that. It would just be that deductible part of it. But again, if you're a healthy retiree and you don't really go to the doctor, you won't even know the difference.
So they pay the full insurance premium,
Correct, they do now.
and what they won't get is the HSA,
Correct.
but they had been benefiting from the HRA.
Yes, which we didn't agree with all along, but that's just how it was done.
No contractual agreement.
Correct.
So the financial impact to retiree could potentially be $600.
Yes. Yeah, that increased deductible amount.
Plus the 18 or whatever.
If it's for family.
The HSA.
Well, yeah,
Which affects you and me. The way I interpret
Well,
what
but
you just said.
you're an active employee. You're
Yeah,
active,
but
you're on
I'm
the active
still
plan.
signed up for the Part A, so does that mean, and give me a,
No, you're active, so it's a little different.
depends on how you look at it, I guess.
Don't point at me.
I am pointing at you because you're
Well, and I just,
younger than I am.
I just wanted to say, I wouldn't base this decision on the retirees. I understand that they've been receiving this benefit through Benzie County, and they are gonna be affected by a higher deductible. However, they do have options available to them. I just think that generally this is pretty easy and straightforward for retirees. I mean, they could go out to the marketplace. They do have other options available, and they are paying a significant premium right now, just to be clear, to stay on this plan. They're paying the full cost
Mhm.
of the plan. So they don't receive for example, most people are paying right around $500 a month to be on the plan,
And that's
and-
single.
single. And that includes their medical, dental, and vision. So it's significant
Most
cost
people
to
move
them.
here that have
So
a family.
this could be an opportunity for them to look for other options available to them outside of county.
And it's.
I would make the argument that it's not a significant cost, because I paid for my own insurance before. And it wasn't anywhere near 500. It was much higher than that.
Were you on
Yeah.
more than a single person plan?
That was per individual. It was a minimum like 750, so they're guaranteed. So they don't have to qualify for anything because they're under a group benefit.
Sure.
So, no, they are getting a discount. From my experience, they're getting a discount and they have no qualifiers. And I'm glad we can do it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm glad we can do it.
We're very, very nice in what we do here in Benzie County.
Yes.
Almost all organizations are not allowing their retirees to stay on their plan, period. We are very different here in Benzie County. So we are offering that to those folks, and I'm glad we can do that. Yes, they pay the full premium cost. They could find cheaper benefits on the marketplace these days. I know people who use the marketplace and it's under $500 for a single. Just
Okay.
depends on the plan that you want. But it does go towards our utilization. You saw over a 40% renewal this year. That wasn't all because of active employees.
Right.
And so you have to keep that in mind of, we took care of them while they were here. We need to take care of our current employees while they're here. And we can't let things jeopardize that. And so we have to make those hard decisions in the grand scheme of it all. There's no promise to allow these folks to stay on this plan. It's what Benzie County has always done. You can't stay on the plan if you quit. It's only if you actually have an eligible retirement. So those who leave Benzie County aren't always on the plan. This is just the folks who are truly retiring. So keep that in mind as well.
And I stand corrected. I was thinking it before they had the healthcare plans, universal health care
Oh, yeah.
plans. But I know since they enacted that probably 10 years ago,
Yeah.
it can be bought cheaper now,
It,
based on income.
yeah, it has come a long
Yeah,
way.
okay.
Yep. And you have to pick what's right for you. I mean, it's just like Medicare. You have to pick what's right for you when it comes to the different coverages. And that's up to that individual specifically.
Any other discussion?
I just, one thing, while we're doing this, do we need to be discussing? If you opt out, increase that amount?
Well, I do want to mention that right now, the opt-out is included in most of our union contracts. And so the non-union employees have been associated with those costs as well. So if we were to do that, it would affect our union contracts and we would have to negotiate that as well. So I just wanted to keep that in mind when you have this discussion.
Well, I think it's something we should look at in the future.
I agree. I don't think it belongs in this discussion,
Yeah.
but I've thought about that myself. And could we encourage more people to opt out if we weren't so cheap about it?
I guess. Did
Yeah.
we talk to the 5 individuals that are retired?
Oh, we are.
Not yet. I wasn't going to do anything until actual action was taken.
After the fact.
Well,
Hey,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, again, we're not contractually obligated
Right.
to this. And we didn't know what your action was going to be today. So to get feathers ruffled, maybe for no reason, could have
Mhm.
been more problematic.
And I'll talk more about open enrollment during the HR update this afternoon as well.
Can you read the motion back, please, Tammy?
Okay. To approve Delta Dental renewal and the transition to the 1,600 for single, 3,200 for double or family, high deductible plan with Priority Health for the 2024-2025 medical benefits with an employee's HSA contribution of $900 for a single plan, 1,800 for a two-person full family with no contribution to retiree HSA, and authorize the county administrator's office to sign the benefit provider agreement.
Amy, you said employee HSA.
It should be
contribution. You
employer.
meant employee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, employer. Sorry.
Twist your row.
I wrote employer.
So we have a motion in support. If there's no more discussion, roll call, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Okay. Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
A break's been requested, so we're gonna take a short break here, folks. We'll be back in session at 11:25.
You're unmuted.
All righty, we're back in session. We're gonna move back to new business item A, consider budget amendment to recognize revenues and expenditures for the sheriff's office.
So recent changes in the state level have allowed for additional funding specifically for law enforcement agencies for continuing education credits. This money has been sent to us for that purpose. It's $500 per full-time employee and is specific to continuing education credits. This was unexpected and new money per se from the state. And so we did have to create a fund because that is the requirement of this money. So this budget amendment will recognize the revenues as well as the expenditures related to this law enforcement training money.
So I'll make a motion that the Board of Commissioners approves the budget amendment in the total amount of $9,500 in Fund 253, the M. Coles Training Fund, and authorize the chair to sign.
And support.
Motion and support. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item B, consider adopting resolution 2024-017 to establish the jail commissary, jail inmate trust fund.
This really is housekeeping in a lot of ways. We have a jail commissary fund. We have those funds. However, it was identified that when those funds were created many, many years ago, that the proper resolutions weren't put in place to create those funds. And so obviously we have a new county treasurer. And so her and I have been working together on just cleaning things up and taking a double check at things and making sure everything is, done to standards. This is one of those things that was identified as, oops, we missed the mark there. And so this resolution was prepared by our legal counsel. Matt Nordfjord prepared this resolution specifically for the commissary. In there, it specifically says what we're selling, the profits from that money have to have approval later on and those sorts of things, which is a requirement by the state state treasury. So like I said, this is a form resolution. The trust fund isn't actually in here for consideration for today. It's just the commissary today. We're still working out some details on the trust fund end of things. This is specifically to the commissary side of things. And so this resolution will really clean up what was done in the past.
So before I make the motion, I want to acknowledge the great job all of you guys are doing in modernizing our practices. That's huge. So Janat makes the motion that the board adopts resolution 2024-17, establishing a jail commissary fund. Markey will support.
Discussion? I do have one question. Who has access to these funds?
As in like county employees, the sheriff's office would write the checks and they would work with the treasurer's office for that checks and balance to ensure that the funds are deposited and spent accordingly.
Okay. Any other discussion? Motion and support. Roll call, please.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item C, consider authorizing a collaborative grant application on behalf of Region 2 to the Michigan High School Internet Office for programs related to digital equity.
So as you know, we've been working through both infrastructure expansion and digital equity related to broadband in our community. I've said it time and time and again that Benzie County really is leading in a lot of ways when it comes to broadband expansion. The MyHigh office, or the Michigan High Speed Internet Office, we've been having meetings with them, just really going through the challenge process and going through various other processes to establish, areas eligible for funding. This funding opportunity that they're calling the mitten funding, which I think is cute, clever. This opportunity, we were being led to believe that this would not even come about until this fall. And so then we had lots of time to really talk and collaborate with the region and, figure out what we want to do when it comes to this funding. Well, lo and behold, they published it and said, it's due in 30 days. So this money specifically, what this does is it breaks the state up into regions, and then there's multiple sub-regions for the larger cities like Grand Rapids and Detroit. And what they've done is they have this big pot of money and they've allocated over $800,000 per region. They will only accept applications on a regional level. So we cannot apply for a grant for Benzie County for only Benzie County. It has to be on our region, which is our 10 county networks Northwest region. So in order to apply for this grant, it has to be a regional grant. We called together a meeting of over 20 individuals in the region, spanning from us over to Grand Traverse up to Emmett County, Charlevoix, called us all together to really talk about this grant opportunity and what it would look like. Things look like Benzie County really is in the best position to apply for this grant on behalf of the region. We really have done the most work when it comes to broadband and digital equity. As you know, we worked with Merit to really develop this compass idea of expanding digital equity here in Benzie County. And so we feel very confident in applying for this regional grant on behalf of the region. It's a 4-year grant if awarded, and it's over 800,000, like I said. And that money then would be expanded upon in the region, which also includes Beaver Island. So we would have to roll out implementation digital equity on Beaver Island. But what I'm asking for you today is support to apply for this grant. If we receive the grant, and anything from there would have to come back to this board for approval anyways. But because there is such a tight turnaround, all I'm asking for today is to submit this grant application on behalf of the region. If awarded, we'll work through those we'll have more time to work out those bugs as far as interlocal agreements and those sorts of things. But like I said, it is a regional approach. We cannot just apply only for Benzie County. It has to be for the region. And around $857,000 is allocated to our region.
When you say our region, is that specific to Benzie County?
It's the Networks Northwest region.
Okay.
So it's us, Grand Traverse, Leelanau, Manatee.
So we share those funds with our partners.
We would have to share those funds with our partners. Benzie, we have worked to really, we're at a point where we have, a few good ideas of what's going to work. We went through this whole digital equity task force with Merit, and they identified some high level compass sort things that would work for us. And so because we really have that base already, and we're really leading this charge, it makes sense for us to take what we found should work in Benzie and then expand it out into the region to utilize those funds. We've already done some of the work, which then would help us in the long run in saving money.
Are we the fiduciary?
So we would end up being the fiduciary unless we want to give that away. So what I'm asking for today is to be the applicant. When it comes, if we are awarded the money, we can accept that fiduciary responsibility, or we could contract with somebody else to be the fiduciary.
So at the risk of getting ahead of ourselves, will we get paid for being the fiduciary?
We could, there is administrative allowance.
But this motion doesn't obligate us to that.
No, that would come later. Like I said, this is a 30-day turnaround. And so I'm just asking for that high level okay to apply.
And we're assuming everybody understands what digital equity is.
Does everybody understand what digital equity is? It's about knowing how to use the service. So education and support to utilize the service that we're working to expand. Obviously, we're working on a very large expansion project. We're also constantly reaching out and working with Mercury Broadband to get them to expand sooner in Blaine Township and those places. I just spoke with Mr. Long again yesterday. So that's that piece of the pie. This piece of the pie is, now that you have the service, how do we help you access it, and how do we help you learn how to use it? How do you use it to its full
So
potential?
the digital equity was started as a component of the BEADS funding, correct?
Robin
Robin
first and then beads.
Robin and then beads.
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of the day, so this regional grant, the Mittens grant, is the digital equity part of it.
Correct.
Okay, so will we be hearing from Tim Malone? I mean, at the beginning of our broadband expansion, there were deliverables. There were numbers of households that would have the opportunity to connect with this effort. And I don't think we've had a recent update on how close we are to fulfilling that promise.
Yes.
Actually, I think we had an update in the last 30 days.
Not at this level. We've had updates at the EDC.
I've seen.
I will see if he can come either July 23rd or August 13th to give another update from the infrastructure side of things. In the meantime, he still sends me monthly reports, which has updates, and those are on the homepage of the website as well.
I think he's using his son now for communication, or some new employee. Isn't
He hired two specific employees who are working on the marketing and communications piece of things. Yes.
And for what it's worth, in terms of digital equity, we're already working with the group at Grow Benzie, including yourself and Mitch.
Yep.
So we're moving that forward.
Yes, so we worked through the process with Merit. We have that report, which they gave to this body. And so we have that report and are kind of working through prioritizing that. Now that this mitten has come out, we're kind of halted on that conversation to put together a mitten application and then bring that back into play as to how we're going to utilize that moving forward. Merit is also at the table regarding this mitten application and guiding. Merit is not putting in any applications on behalf of any regions. They're just supporting the regions and putting in these applications. But yes, so there's folks at Grow, Benzie, myself, C-Band, Mitch Shapiro, we're all working together on this digital equity piece of things.
You already have that team together. I would
Correct.
like to make the motion that the Board of Commissioner authorizes a regional grant application to Michigan's Inclusive Training, Technology and Equity Network, Mitten, on behalf of Prosperity Region 2, and authorizes administration to work with partners identified in 3 July 2024 memorandum to the Board of Commissioners.
Janat Sports.
Motion and support. Any further discussion?
Just one question. Have you discussed this with the region as far as if there's no overlap or somebody else applying or anything?
Yeah,
Is
so we
there
called,
agreement?
yeah, so we called together a group of over 20 folks across the region and nobody else was looking at this. Nobody else is even considering this. No one else has even really done a lot of the legwork like we have here in Benzie to even be prepared to write this. Even Networks Northwest is saying, we don't have the the bandwidth. We also just don't have the time to do this. We'll support you, but we can't do it. But they were all called to the table. Yes.
Thank you. My only concern.
Yep. Deputy County Administrator from Antrim County. We had representatives from Manistee County, the Networks Northwest, various groups.
Anybody else? Roll call, please.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item D, consider selection of prime professional for paving Betsy Valley Trail.
In your packet is a memo from Rose regarding the prime professional RFP that was published by our office. Rose worked with the Betsy Valley Trail Management Council to put this forward and really discuss and make a recommendation to this body. This is part of grant funding that you approved earlier on this year and last fall, specifically to paving of the trail. Friends of Betsy Valley Trail are also involved. We have a lot of friends here in Benzie County. And so I'll let Rose kind of go over and answer any questions you might have regarding the prime professionals.
So in your packet, you should have all the proposals, and then you should also have two little overviews of the opening of the bids on what happened at that meeting, and then also what was discussed at the Betsy Valley Trail Management Committee meeting. We went through great lengths. One thing that I do want to let you guys know, we do have one bid that was submitted after the timeline, and both the committees didn't really throw it out, but it was kind of considered that they didn't really appreciate them coming in late, just because if they're late at this level, are they going to be late during submission to the state grant? And if they're late there, then you're kind of screwed on getting your money. So both meetings decided to go with GFA, mainly because they are the design engineering firm. It's not really a landscape project that we're looking for. GFA has provided a very detailed report and a detailed presentation, even with any of the questions that we've asked them. GFA is also currently doing other projects along the trail. GFA is also going to do all the grant administration. So besides the sign off, Katie and I don't have to really do a bunch of work. And that is one thing that both committees decided that is very important, just because of everything that we have going on in our office. And GFA is also staffed locally. And so we believe that if anything is to happen, they would be there a whole lot sooner. They can come more often, and there won't be a lot of reoccurring charges for travel or any others. So it's kind of up to you guys, what you guys would like to do. If you guys have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them.
Rose, I'm reluctant to try to vet this any further, only because your group already has, but I noticed that they fell right in the middle of the cost. One was really high, one was really low. That low one, apparently you were concerned that it was too low, I guess.
Yep,
I mean, it was
yep.
$50,000 less.
Yep.
And you didn't think they could do the job.
No, and that one was also late. And so we took a lot of things into consideration. And with that low bid, we just didn't feel like they put their best foot forward at the start of the project. So how do we know if they're going to do it further along in the project? We've reached out to them. Their answers weren't very satisfactory to any of the boards the committees that we did.
Good, thank you.
So I'll make the motion. The Board of Commissioners concurs with both the subcommittee and the Betsy Valley Trail Management Council to accept the proposal from Gordy Frazier in the not to exceed amount of $76,975 for design and engineering services related to the paving of the Betsy Valley Trail, with funds available in the Betsy Valley Trail Fund.
Second. Just one other question. Why the 76.9 when their bid is about 69?
So we sent out an extra questionnaire and to see if other services were accepted. And so it's a difference of $8,000 that is added on to their cost then that we wouldn't have to deal with. And so the other person that was also their number 2 bid increased their price by 15,000, I want to say. Johnson Hill, yeah.
Okay.
This was vetted not only by the management council, we had members from the DNR, we went through this pretty good because they have to do,
There goes a lot of,
by the state. as far as-
requirements,
yeah.
and we have to do a lot of check off boxes to make sure we're going to actually spend the money properly.
I mean, there's an overwhelming amount of documentation in here, so.
So yeah, because this is state level ARPA funding, there's additional requirements in the grant administration to manage this funds.
Okay.
Gordy Frazier has the experience as well as the deep bench to do that on our behalf. So that is one of the big components as to why they're being recommended to move forward, because they have that expertise for that additional grant administration.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And they gave us a real good list of when things would get done. More impressive.
All right, there's a motion and support. Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye, Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
motion carried.
Alrighty, we will move on to commissioner reports. Along with some of you, I've had a busy week and a half. Not gonna comment on discussion really, but agenda review, we do that every 2 weeks. I was on the panel with Dana Nessel, which I thought ended up pretty decent. She was very approachable, a lot of dialogue, a lot of things that she brought up, and I have to give credit to our administrator for representing us very well, and it was a pleasure being there. At our June Veterans Affairs meeting, the local gal that was part of the celebration for the 4th wanted to know if Benzie County veterans would walk or ride in the local parade. I called her a couple weeks prior to the parade and said that I would put together a float trailer, and we'll get as many people on there to ride as we can. I think there were 10. Does that seem right, Gary? About 10 people, right?
8 or 10.
8 or 10.
I can't type.
So we had some flags on it, had a couple banners, one on each side, Benzie County Veterans Affairs, and as far as I'm concerned, I think Gary will agree with me. We were very, very well received in the community, and it was an absolute pleasure to be part of that group. A lot of people, and the people I talked to, that were at the Frankfurt, there was a lot of people there too. So both communities came out really strong, and we were glad to be a part of it. Area Agency on Aging a couple weeks ago. That's pretty much business as usual. I'm just gonna touch on this, but Rhonda and I took part in a Benzie Health Department appeals board. So there was a point of sale per house, drain field. The original existing drain field had no background, no paperwork. It was a above ground pump station. So everything goes into one tank, liquids fall over to another tank, pumps it up. They wanted to add on to that drain field by going on top of it and then move their connections up so they could keep that existing site. The health department said that was not within the scope of the health department rules, and the option would be holding tanks. And at the end of the day, holding tanks were agreed on by 3-2 vote. So I don't know, the other 3 folks were from Leelanau County. So there was 5 people total on there. A lot of good dialogue, a lot of interaction, a lot of questions asked. But at the end of the day, it was recommended that holding tanks would be installed. That's the second time this board has met, and how long around it?
4 years.
4 years. Linda Farrell was on the committee or the board the last time we met, so it's been a little while. I just fate, I guess. I was out at Pearl Lake, and I do quite a bit of work out there. Going by the boat launch, and there was a table with a banner on it and some people around. Well, it ended up being the conservation district. And they were doing awareness on boat washing stations. And Pearl Lake has been identified as one of these bodies of water that has Eurasian milfoil now, an invasive weed that attacks a lot of the lakes. You may recall Crystal Mountain had a big effect a couple of years ago, and there's a couple ways to get rid of it, but it's very exhausting. And it's expensive. So they found a little bit in Pearl Lake, but that just gives them the opportunity to keep an eye on it and treat it if necessary. Tomorrow, the Lake Ann 5K marathon, was in its 2nd year. Last year, the funds went to a local veteran who was diagnosed with brain cancer with exposure from burn pits while stationed in Afghanistan. He actually passed away on December 31st of last year. As far as we know, that I spoke with the family and I know them well. The mom said that he passed away. His body was draped with an American flag, and that's how he went from the hospital to the crematorium. I don't know what happened to the flag, but I got a feeling I know. So the family was never presented a flag on his behalf. So in talking to a couple folks, one of them is one of our bailiffs, Dan Hawkins, who is also the village president. We've seen him here in the past. Him and I have talked, and we're going to do a flag there's a celebration of life at the Florps home this coming Saturday. We're going to do a flag presentation to present his mom, his wife, 2 sisters, and a daughter. We're going to present. I have procured and have possession of 5 casket flags, putting them in triangle shaped flag boxes. And a group of us are gonna present them to all the gals that are within Eric's capacity. Honor Guard's gonna be there doing a 21 gun salute. Pastor Chuck Towersy is gonna be there for the prayer ceremony, and we're with a saddened heart, but we're very, very proud to be part of this thing. And I'm glad they reached out. When he came down with cancer, his mom called me. I met with the family. I wrote the original claim, sent it to Detroit. Detroit processed it, and within a couple of weeks, he was granted a 100% award. So his family was stable then, but now that he's passed away, there's some issues as well. So I am getting together with one of the local VA doctors, and either state representative and or Congressman Bergman's office to see if we can change the death benefits for women with children. Because usually the key number is you have to be over a year receiving those benefits to be able to collect ongoing death benefits. I have not talked to his wife, but she doesn't fall in that capacity. So we're going to try to get that law changed, and see if we can help them out. So tomorrow, the 5K run that I started out with, donated all their funds last year to the Florup family to cover some of the costs of his health care. This year they had a 5K run, and the family asked, and the 5K run group said, okay, that all the proceeds after everything's paid for will get donated Benzie County Veterans Affairs. So tomorrow, Ashley, who was one of the promoters of the the promoter of the race, handled all the advertising, handled all the applications for runners, and I think the number was 290 runners this year. It was just over 300 last year at $20 a piece for to get in the race. So they're gonna provide a check tomorrow to the Benzie County Veterans Affairs for $5,500. I've asked that we do that in this room tomorrow at 10:30 if it doesn't cause any interruptions. But so Mom will be here, and I don't know who else from the Lake Ann area, but Dan Hawkins will be here, as well as I've invited 7 and 4 and Colin. Colin said he thinks he's busy, but he'd try to, Colin said if we can get a picture to him, he'd write the article. So, and I reached out to him about the parade as well. So he covered that a little bit for us too. So I thought it was pretty good, but this is pretty important to us. So I'll be here at 10:30 with Karen Korlenko and people from the 5K run. That's all I have.
That's it?
That's it. Don't get used to it. Art?
Well, I'll try to keep mine a little higher level.
Sorry.
At the Benzie Health Department, we're looking for a new health officer. Gary, I noticed in your report, you're not speaking to this, but I'll ask you to fill in any blanks, okay? We're starting to accept applications. It has been posted. Looks like we'll probably have potentially even an internal application. Our goal is to hire somebody in place by the 1st to middle of November. It was requested at the last board meeting that the board approve a resolution supporting the state's position on their oversight of septic tank ordinances. I asked them to delay that motion. I was the only one there from Benzie County, and it was too broad for me. It was basically saying whatever the state decides, we're going to approve, and I couldn't support that. they did agree to delay that decision. And we'll give you more information the next time we get together. Because I'm sure, Gary, that's going to be brought up at the next meeting. Anything you want to add to that?
We have had one applicant apply for that position. And I'm not even sure where I read the article, but District 10 is actually writing a resolution against supporting the state septic code. So I think we need to talk.
In fairness, the group that was there, Leelanau County is wanting to do a resolution, but their board said they would not do a resolution unless the health department's board agreed to do one. And, you know, I guess I roadblocked them, but we need to get more input on that. Probably enough said about that. Gary, anything else? Nope. At Gary's request, I went to the Maples board meeting. You know, overall, I have to tell you, I continue to be very impressed with that board. The due diligence that they have, both in their budgeting and how they look at capital needs. Unfortunately, with respect to capital needs, the windows that were put in a new building 7 years out, the frames are deteriorating. And you know, this is what I said to them when they showed me pictures and showed me examples of where that was deteriorating, is it's going to cost about $160,000 to fix them all, but you got a $13 million investment there. So it was probably shoddy material, inferior material, but that's going to be brought before us. And Dr. Schaefer, if at public input, you'd like to say anything about that, I'd invite you to do that. Also, when we got together probably about 3 years ago and we came to an agreement with the board about certain things that this board would like to see at the Maples, moving towards capital reserves, defined capital or operating reserves, moving more towards serving Benzie County. I was left with the impression that of the beds that they have there right now, they're all filled with Benzie County residents. And that in the last several months, when they have openings, they're putting Benzie County residents in there. They have had to change their business model, fitting more long-term care than rehab to meet that goal. But couldn't be more pleased that they're moving in that direction. And I've spent a good deal of time with Bob and Tim, working with the county administrators, both the evaluation and now we're working through the contract. I'm going to be asking at some point that we have a special meeting so that we can put the contract to bed. That's it.
Questions for Art?
So Art, you covered, when you were talking about the resolution and supporting that, we'll have more information coming on that.
At the next, for the health
Specific.
department.
Okay, so
Yes.
that was going to be my question to you on that. And in your other, I just want to say that I appreciate you sharing that information. So
Thank you.
on that.
Are you at liberty to say which health department officer had left?
Well, who left? Gary, why don't you explain what's happening? Gary's the chair.
Know anybody left?
Nobody
Nobody
left.
left.
We have,
Nobody.
we have a joint.
We're leaving that. We're getting out of the contract with that Northern Alliance.
Yeah,
Yes.
right now, our health officer is only available 1 day a week. He's available by phone.
Okay.
And financially, we got to the point that we can do this. We've increased staff. And as long as Doty's in agreement that financially we can swing this, and there won't be an ask for an increase from the county this year. I'm saying it won't happen in the future, but things look good. And Art always brings up the point, you put the right person in there, things are gonna improve in a lot of areas, so just trying to go through the process. We're not sure exactly. I think we're meeting on the 30th of July to hopefully go over some applications or whatever we decide at that point in time.
In June, we put the Northern Alliance or whatever they're called, we put them on notice that 6 months we're out of it.
Right, and I had called their chair prior to that, right after we made the decision. He says, sometimes you gotta go out on your own, and I think it's best
Good.
for the organization.
When the organization was first organized, we did have just one director, health director, and then they had some issues with that health director and decided to contract it out, and we're just
Right.
bringing it back in-house again. And I want to emphasize, I looked at Doty's numbers also, and there's no reason to believe that that can't be financially supported without asking the counties to contribute more.
All right, Karen.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, I went to a city council meeting and Rick Schmidt, who is the owner of Storm Cloud, I think everyone knows that, shared that their solar garden and they are 100% electricity will be provided for that through solar in cloudy little Michigan here. So I thought that was good information to share. Also, again, because this information wasn't shared verbally before, 2 EV charging stations will be available the end of August behind City Hall in Frankfurt. Went to the EDC, we had a presentation, Steve Arwood, a former CEO, Michigan Economic Development. He suggested or was giving information to the EDC, helping us define ourselves, but he suggested that we build a base of existing businesses to help envision the purpose and plan for the EDC and the BRA committee. And hand in hand with that, when I was at the Human Services Collaborative for Benzie, there was a presentation, but I also spoke with Michelle Barefoot from Benzie County. And I asked her if they had information about businesses thinking of EDC that we could maybe work on from a foundation for us in setting up a committee. And she provided that right away. And I forwarded that to Dan Barczewski, who is the chair of EDC at this point in time, for that business base information. So thinking overview and big picture for EDC, but also the county. I have an add-on. I was at the round table with Attorney General Nessel. Great information. After that, even though it was orchestrated well, but Rhonda and I were at the end of the table, so we really didn't get to ask our questions directly. But I spoke to her assistant afterwards and also Senator Bumstead and Representative Roth, specifically for the question of kinship, looking for that link because we need to be able to collect data. Senator Bumstead, if I can see his brain working, he was asking questions to Representative Roth. So we are coordinating on that now. There's a link there, but kinship, because it's an unofficial, doesn't have authority to get that type of information. I'm just sowing seeds for that to see if we can. So for me, looking for that link for kinship, it was a good opportunity, and I was able to do that after we didn't get to our end of the table there. I went to a veteran's funeral for someone at my church and was part of the slow salute service and 21 minutes for them. So that was an honor to be part of that. And the last thing that isn't on my report, I want to add that too, if you would, Tammy, is Frankfurt, the apartments on Lake in Michigan. They are now accepting applicants. So if any of you know, or through our broadcast know somebody who would be interested in that, they're looking for applicants now, and that is through Home Stretch. And that can be done right on the website. They can look for that. And unless there are questions to me directly. Thank
I'd like to thank Karen as well for taking time out of her day to be on the Veterans Affairs float, 4th of July.
It was a great reception.
Yes, it was.
We returned the salutes if we got them from the veterans in the
Yeah.
audience.
That project Homestretch is doing, I think that's 12 units there.
12 units.
They'll get
correct.
an overwhelming number of applicants because that's workforce.
It
that's what
is.
they're looking for.
So it has, and they have the training for it too.
Aaron, your comments about kinship, I've been following that.
Yes.
I mean, part of the problem they have with data gathering is that everything's independent. It's just within the family unit.
Correct.
Is there any movement towards acknowledging that there are some families that need financial support?
It is, but it's paired through the foster care system. So it doesn't really, from my understanding and from what I'm seeing, because I did talk to Deb Frisbee and also Jeannie the other day, and she said it's not direct enough. So that was the seeds that I was hoping to plant with Umstead and Roth, as our officials. And but thank you for asking on that. No, it's through foster care. So it's kind of a side door approach.
If there's anything I think that the county commission can be working on, I hope while you're still involved, you'll bring that here. That's going to be a growing population. For those that don't understand it, it's essentially, if I have a grandchild that suddenly lives with me, I'm on fixed income, never expected that to happen. And that used to be a rare event. Now it's happening with regularity. But the state and the federal government ignores that a number of those people need financial help, just like a foster care parent has.
Correct. It's not that I wouldn't call it ignoring it. It's so unofficial. It's kind of like when I brought it to the Board of Commissioners, you said, show me the data. It's people showing up on your couch. And then maybe they're somewhere else. So that's what I'm looking for. We have unofficial knowledge that we know that the parent maybe was addicted to opioids. So we're looking for those links. And that was my purpose for bringing it forward to Senator and Representative on that. But yeah, it's nebulous.
Keep writing that.
Yes.
And the last piece, and I know that others could speak to this too, but before we get out of this discussion, I'd be curious to know what are the takeaways from the AG discussion? What materially came out of that, or what tangibles?
Mostly there, and Rhonda was there also. Most of the discussion was orchestrated and in a very fluid manner, EMS and Centra and everyone giving presentations and telling her. It was her taking notes a lot of the time.
Okay.
And trying to fit hand in glove, this is working for us here. And I remember that's how it was presented to the board about one of the reasons she was coming here is because we had actual progress and action and talking about how the education, Amy Erforth was here and said how that educational input. So really it was our AG listening to us was more my takeaway. So she can take that and share it with the people, the regions that she's in and say, this is working for Benzie, or they found that, giving them a template if it fits for them. So I don't know, what was your take on that?
I thought she really opened the floor for input. She wanted to know what she could take back to
Correct.
Lansing, and I thought Amy Erforth, Chip Johnston.
Yep.
And Katie were very vocal about, they wanted our rural model acknowledged. They said that, and they really touched on the burdensome reporting standards that the state issues as far as grant applications, and redundant information. All three entities said it's time consuming
we are very short staffed. We have small offices and the same questions are asked over and over and over, and it's a burden. So I was really impacted by the fact that she asked the question and she seemed receptive to the answers.
Okay,
Correct.
great.
That was my takeaway. Fact finding and taking.
All right, Rhonda?
I'm gonna be brief. Bob, you touched on our zoning board of appeals for the health department. I attended the AG Nessel meeting. That was my takeaway that I just shared. And besides that, I attended the Village of Benzonia. They approved their capital improvement plan. They approved Walker Street Road improvement plans. They approved a T-Mobile lease agreement for antennas on their water tower. And then they discussed there is a conflict going on between Consumer Energy, the Road Commission, and streetlight bills. That letter was shared and the clerk is researching that. It raised more questions than it resolved because the village forever has paid streetlight bills.
Yep.
And so the clerk is doing some research to see if she can get some clarification on that matter. And that's all I have. Thank you.
The Village of Lake Anna took their street light down.
Did they
One
really?
guy out there with a
Years.
flashlight.
Years ago. Tim?
Some administrative meetings, you guys already talked about accounts payable. I attended an IT security upgrade pre-plan meeting. Central Wellness's community service relation. We reviewed quality assurance in the jail services reports. Basically, everything are in line, nothing exciting there. I was here for the opioid discussion with the Attorney General. The NMRE Substance Use Disorder Oversight Committee, reviewed, they have new county-specific reports that include at the county level admissions this is for substance use abuse. Admissions by type and substance. So we actually have the granular data for people that are being, like admitted for Benzie County, which is kind of nice. And the grant request summary for each county it's now summarized instead of just trying to figure out where everything's at. We did have two new requests, I shouldn't say new, a renewal request for grants for the liquor tax for Benzie County. One was for the Bay Area Youth Initiative. That focuses on preventing youth substance use, promoting mental well-being by reaching out to students, communities, and parents. That was for $7,790. And we also, this is a 21 county alliance, a drug-free Northern Michigan. It's a media campaign. That's to educate youth, parents, and the community about the dangers associated with high potency marijuana use with youths. The campaign will run during prom and graduation season, where they say marijuana is an increased use amongst teens. Benzie's portion was $2,080 out of the $60,000 total. And I did ask this group, how do you separate this media campaign so we know it's affecting Benzie County? And I was thinking, okay, they're going to do a billboard. Are they going to put billboards in Benzie County? Or are they going to be in Grand Traverse County? They do like an online media thing. And basically when you're in an app or on a TV and you see those ads pop up, they do like geofencing. So they have a certain area that's targeted with these ads. And they know when people actually click on them and how long they stay in those advertisements. And I thought that'd be great information to bring back to show us how these media campaign things are working. I'm sure the school administrators would really want to know how all these things are working as well. So that's different than social media.
Correct. These are like the ads that pop up on the side when you're playing a game or reading, like going through a website and there's ads on the side. Or now they have ads on TVs when you pause.
Yeah.
Those kind of ads. And the Village of Honor meeting was last night.
unfortunately, I was unable to attend, but I did submit a report for them. Now whether they read it or not, I don't.
Any progress on that retail building out there for General Dollar or whatever it is?
I still see that it's hasn't changed in quite some time. I have no idea if that's actually outside the village. That's more of a township. Yeah, they just did an agreement with the village to run sewer out there. That was the village's only involvement. It's in the township.
Oh, okay. But no updates on it then.
Last I heard, they were still trying to get the wetlands things resolved with the Eagle.
And I'm curious, have you heard of any opening target dates for that True North building?
I know that they're still, well, you can see they're working on putting tanks in right now.
Think that'll be this year yet?
I think they're still planning on this year, yes. Last I heard they were, but that was a while ago when I heard that.
Not hold me to anything.
Anything else for Tim? Evan?
Attended Colfax Township. Not a lot new there. They're just discussing buying new signage for the town hall and the cemetery, and they're updating their website. Inland Township last night, they are also redoing their website. That should be up and running soon. And they also hired is it Manor Custodian to Costera to help them assist with some of their finances. Gym committee, we met a few weeks ago and we're meeting, I think, next week again to go over some of the things that are needed for down in the gym. Conservation District met and they biggest thing there is they're having ongoing discussions with Benzonia about possibly purchasing their building when they move out. That's it.
Questions?
Yeah.
The
Benzonia Township Hall?
Yeah.
The township.
Yeah, sorry.
So not really related, but how many hours of overtime did you have to put in the last couple weeks?
The chair was at 76 hours this week. So I couldn't make the Dana Nessel thing here, but I saw her walk in the Cherry Festival. So-
Close enough.
Did you talk? Good man.
Which was fine by me. It was good enough.
You had a lot going on.
Oh, so-
Gary?
All right. Well, you can read the first paragraph of my excuse me, my report. Have any questions? It's kind of self-explanatory. Involves road commission. Weldon Township is having a public hearing tonight at 6 o'clock on the Crystal Commons project on Stimson. They're probably asking for some kind of abatement. My understanding, it's probably gonna be pretty well packed, so, the Trail Management Council, we kind of handled all that. We were also approached by a young lady in a group that wants to use the Beulah to Thompsonville to ride horses. And that section is 100 foot wide. So we're gonna do a subcommittee of sorts, sit down and discuss this. It could possibly be done as an extra trail beside it. But there are issues where they cross bridges and stuff. Not sure. By the way I understand the law, they have every right to ride a horse on these trails. It's just not, to me, it's not safe. And so that's what we're kind of looking at. I think sit down and discuss it and who's gonna pay for it and who's gonna fix it and maintain it. Things may change or it may improve. Who knows? I don't know. Joyfield Township, this was a weird request. They asked to put a freezer at the township hall. This is the DNR. And I know they've given out permits to the farmers to eliminate some of the four-legged critters running around there. Anyway, they want to keep the deer heads to test for TB and CWD, or chronic wasting, I guess. Is what I'm looking for. And the request was approved. Hope you guys here for a deer head, come on over, it's right along.
Is it? There a cost to this?
Nope. I thought they had a drop off at the Platte River fish hatchery there during season. They want to do it from now till 1st of January, this one shot. And I think it's gonna be like the ones at the ice coolers. But they had a drop off up here. I don't know why they just don't do it there. Otherwise, they said you have to haul them to Traverse City. And I think if they give the farmers the permits to shoot them, they're required to bring them in. I think it's more of a convenient thing. I'm not sure. Also wanted to comment on the July 4th parade riding with Bob and the vets. Everybody was exceptionally nice. I don't think I've heard so many thank yous in my entire life. That was super. And the AG Nessel, I got the impression Benzie County's done a lot. And one of the things that our undersheriff brought out was the one that Central Well social worker deputy. And AG Nessel says, well, why don't you, after the area is secure, why don't you bring a social worker out there? This to me makes more sense. And they're being tracked by Ferris State College. I can see a possibility that we go to a second one. It's safer than dragging a social worker out later. Because you never know how a scene's gonna go or how it's gonna work out. I just thought you got everything you need right there. And I thought that was super. And for a small community, we're doing a lot. And another stupid idea. I guess they're not doing so hot on using the elementary school up here for the aquatic center. So I thought, no, we wouldn't. I know financially it'd be impossible because you got to go through DHHS for these grants for some of this opioid money, but could we ever consider using a brick and mortar place up there to house some of the folks that have drug problems and need this kind of help? Maybe it's too expensive. Maybe a brick and mortar place makes more sense putting them up here at our jail. Anyway, this is just a thought. Also went to the village of Thompsonville last night. They seem to be progressing pretty well on their upgrades. Most of the mains are in. I think they got one other main. And then I brought up to Bert the issue with getting inspections, and our Moore's mechanical is the one putting in the meters. Remember if anything else major happened there, I don't remember, so. I guess Chuck Kraus came and asked for permission. The Thompsonville revitalization thing for the Diamond Crossing and the project they want to do there and stuff. They were looking at support letters from, is the properties owned by the town, the village. And we've got the railroad car on the DNR's property, which has got to be moved, but we need permission from all these entities that it's gonna go forward, and Chuck's done a great job as far as raising money. This project looks like it's really got legs, so I think it's gonna be good. Anywho, all I got. The mission was great too, sorry.
Yeah, I saw your hat.
Gary, what did you mean at the beginning of your report about the road commission? I didn't understand what you meant
Did
about
you
it.
read it?
I didn't.
I don't have it.
It wasn't in the packet.
It's in the packet.
It isn't?
They put it in the packet at the concert.
But I'm glad you're asking, because I wondered.
Well, I mean, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and read it, because I didn't.
He probably knows a little bit more about it than I do.
I'm not gonna say more though.
Okay.
Essentially, there was an illegal strike of road commission employees Some employees were terminated, some are on probation for an extended period of time. They are working through an administration at the road commission with the union and their legal counsel as to how to proceed with these staff persons who are on probation. They're also looking into the issues that the staff were claiming were problems to try to get that relieved as well. But essentially, they struck, and you cannot strike as a public employee. And so probationary people were laid off.
Does that affect any of our projects?
No, they said that if it was going to happen, this really is the best timing because it's not winter, which is their busy time. So if it was going to happen, now is the time. The nice thing about the road commission is they can pull from their administrative staff to do some of those duties because a lot of them have worked all levels of the road commission. So they're doing what's necessary to complete their duties.
Aaron, I didn't quite hear your you were asking if projects would get interrupted, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right, want to make sure that.
Yeah.
Gary, I want to tell you, your comment about the Crystal Lake School. No. One day I'd like to see us do something really big. And that's not that far-fetched, quite frankly, because there could be a savings from a long-term savings versus putting people in the jails. But I thought that the Water Aquatics Group was still working towards acquisition of that.
They've extended it 6 months from what I just read. Their option to purchase it or whatever,
Okay,
but they have big concerns about a sewer system. I think they're hoping.
Renovate.
Yeah, and I just thought I'd rather see us. I don't care, I guess, I want to see it used. Feel bad about what happened to the Platte River School. It is what it is, but,
yeah, I wouldn't lose that thought. Someday we may want to discuss something like that.
I think there's money, because half the money. AG Nessel brought that up. But she's proud of the fact that were able to hand out money to the local entities to do this. Half the money's sitting with DHHS. And that's part of the thing that Ronna brought up is duplication of effort trying to get some of this money. And maybe there's an opportunity there. I don't know.
Was it in your report that there has been some community buzz about the Grand Traverse Land Conservancy purchasing the 35 acres on Betsy Bay? Has that been discussed in any of the meetings that you've attended?
I've
Heard that as well, Karen. You've been CC'd on some emails. Yeah.
It was in the paper or something.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
news at the press
Thank you.
release.
Other questions, for Gary?
No, I don't have a question for Gary, but I do have something I forgot to add.
Okay.
If I may, Chair, there's a special meeting tonight at City Hall in Frankfurt for the planning mission. And I have been asked to attend, so I just put that out there that it's a special meeting at 1700 tonight, so.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks. County Administrator?
I'll keep mine short. As a reminder, this Saturday is the tire collection event in Thompsonville. If anyone is able to assist with that event, we'd most appreciate that. We're a little low on volunteers this time around. But this Saturday will be the tires only. And then the next one is in August at the Road Commission, which will be all things again, electronics, chemicals, those sorts of things. And also as a reminder, and it should be on your calendars, July 16th is our groundbreaking ceremony at 10 a.m. for the tower. Rebecca's going to say some real great words, I think.
Be prepared.
Pitching to you.
As a reminder, I sent out an email regarding the MERS delegates. So if you have suggestions, ideas, if you want to throw your interest in the hat, just make that known so that we can proceed with that process. As you know, we'll have an employee delegate and an officer delegate. The employee delegate is selected by the employees. I've had one employee express interest. I'm hoping to get more. And then the officer delegate is an elected official, one of you, or myself. And so you'll, if you're interested in attending that, it's not in Detroit this year. It's actually at the Amway Grand in Grand Rapids. So if you're interested, respond to that email that I sent out, please.
That's the MERS.
Delegate. Yep.
And what's the date on that again?
If you could respond to me, I I don't remember which date I put on there. Hold on.
I'll go back and look at the email. That's
Yeah. I have a reminder in my email to follow up on the 18th. So by next Wednesday, if you could let me know.
Hey, Gary, that's good for you.
I've done it enough.
That gives
No,
you
I
the
think it-
experience needed.
I go to Grand Rapids either.
It's better than, I had to go to
Detroit.
Detroit.
It's Acme.
It's Acme.
No, it's
I had to go to Detroit.
the other one.
Amway. Acme is this fall is the
Acme, I can
MAC
handle that.
conference.
Right.
We haven't gotten any
Oh,
notice on
correct,
that from
correct.
MAC yet, so,
Mhm.
but when we do, I'll make sure you all have that. I'd really like to see a heavy representation of this board because it is only in Acme, so.
But you definitely need somebody, some elected official to be at that MERS.
Yeah, so you will be in charge of picking the officer delegate, which could be one of yourselves, one of the elected officials, or myself.
Has anybody come forward yet, expressed interest?
No, that's why I'm reminding you all to express your interest.
What do you
The one
do?
day,
It's overnight, but yeah, it's basically a day.
Rhonda
So
says
it's
she
usually
wants it.
Thursday, Friday type thing.
Thursday, Friday?
So does that.
Yeah, so it's like an all day Friday thing, go down Thursday.
I can't walk.
So,
You don't
and
have
it's
to
all
walk.
right in the Amway. So you're not walking around town. It's all like right there. So
I'll check that.
It's a good experience.
It is.
Two or three times I've been,
mhm.
just to see what MERS is doing.
Yeah, that'd be surprised.
You'll learn a lot. You'll be
You'll learn a
enlightened.
lot. And you're gonna have folks that are union folks or whatever, I guess I can't call them union folks, but members of MERS that are there to discuss kind of future their retirement looks like and
Yeah, so they split it up. So there's a lot of portions of it that it's everybody in attendance is listening to different things about MERS and the things that they're doing. And then they have breakout groups that are split up between employee and officer delegates. And so employees hear something a little different than those who maybe manage the plans. And so the trick I learned last year is to go to the opposite so that you hear what they're hearing, so you know what your employees are coming back with. So that was really helpful, actually. Also, speaking of MERS, you all have the actuarial and Tony will be here August 13th. So be prepared to have your questions on August 13th for Tony from MERS. I'm going to attend community coffee in the morning in Lake Ann. I've been trying to go to that periodically. If any of your other townships are doing events like that, please let me know so that I can attend those events as I have time just to be there and answer questions and talk about the good things we're doing. As far as the
Coffee, that's the Betsy Sophia event?
No, so actually Dan Hawkins calls together a community coffee at Red Door once a month. And it's 45 minutes and we talk about all the good things happening in Lake Ann as well as Benzie County, answer questions, chat back and forth with whoever's in attendance, and then we leave. And so I've went, the sheriff goes sometimes, Rose has went on my behalf a couple of times. Obviously Dan Hawkins in there, there's business owners there, and we just kind of have a quick 45-minute of this
Are
is
they
what's going
well
on.
attended?
Yeah, some months it's packed, other months it's a little light. So it just kind of depends. There's no requirement. It's come if you can, and you just kind of talk about the good things going on and, answer any questions that may be out there or what have you. It's just a nice little get together to talk to the community. So Dan is doing them for Lake Ann. So if any of your communities do anything similar, let me know and I'll be happy to go. When it comes to the Benzonia lights as well as Alberta, I've extended my help to both Meredith and Kat in Alberta to help with that whole venture. It's my understanding with Benzonia that yes, they've been paying some bills. And so now we're trying to get clarification of, well, have they already been paying for these bills? And is there a double dipping going on potentially with consumers? Long story short is that MDOT would reimburse the road commission for certain traffic signals here in Benzie County and all around the state. During the COVID era, the MDOT went out and classified all the lights. And when they classified those lights, the lights that were considered traffic signals were then just taken on by MDOT. Road Commission is not paying that bill and getting a reimbursement anymore. Anything that was not classified as a traffic signal, so streetlights, are no longer going to be reimbursed by MDOT. And so they threw it onto the Road Commission, who was always getting reimbursed for it. So the Road Commission is like, road dollars cannot pay for streetlights. They can only pay for traffic signals. So that's where this issue is coming along, is there's 3 or 4 traffic lights, not traffic lights, street lights in Benzie County that we have to figure out who's gonna pay the bill. We're working through that.
Those are traffic signals too, right? though?
Signals are covered by MDOT,
Oh,
street lights are not.
okay.
Yeah,
all right.
so they're basically saying we're only gonna cover these lights versus these lights. Whereas
Right.
before they were kind of covering almost everything.
I heard that there's.
Yeah.
And is it a big bill?
No, it was like $1,200 for 3 years. So, but we're gonna,
Spending more money on.
we're gonna get through it. The roundtable went really well. I want to thank everybody who was able to come to the roundtable, including the staff that did come. It was really great to have the staff there and have that nice dialogue with the AG's office, and I'm really appreciative of everybody that was there. And then finally, back to the opioid dollars. So we just received about $200,000 more in opioid dollars, so we need to get those monies out the door. And so I just want a quick hear from you. Do you want to look through the RFP again, or do you want me to just go ahead and publish it for 45 days and see what we get?
So the 200,000, hire the second officer.
We partial of the officer probably. I don't think the whole kit caboodle, because as a reminder, these dollars are specific to opioids prevention, education. So we could probably attribute a portion of a salary to them for sure.
I really was impressed with that.
So I just need,
Yeah,
do you want me to publish the RFP? Do you want to sit on it a little bit longer? Do you want to look at the RFP again? Or do you want to just have a discussion and maybe go a whole different direction? But again, we just received about 200,000 more. So, which is double of
Discuss
last
this
year.
afternoon.
We could add it to this afternoon. That's already here. It's
Right.
12:41.
Yes.
Like 20 minutes.
You're having fun.
So it's up to you. Just let me know what you guys think.
I think Rhonda's, if not this afternoon at a later meeting,
Okay.
it was surprising to me how little interest we had before.
I know.
So we have to figure out how to get out there, but still keep it meaningful and how those dollars are being used.
Yes. Okay. I'll add it as a discussion topic to a future meeting, because I'm guessing by this afternoon, we're all gonna be pretty spent. That's all I have. unless there are
Time for
questions.
the groundbreaking for the tower.
10 a.m.
Thank you.
And it's across the street from the location near the practice field there. There'll be a tent, the central dispatch. Pop-up tent will be up.
Practice field, where you.
Or is it a real field? Is it a real field or a practice field? It's the school's field. The practice field.
I got the address.
Okay, good.
You'll see it.
I'll
You
send
get
you-
lost, you get lost.
I get lost in
Look for
Frankfurt
the
all the time.
tents.
There'll be
Next to the big city.
central dispatches pop-up tent will be there.
Okay.
So you'll see that.
Okay.
Thank you. Presentation of correspondence is any? Our final public input, does anybody like to share any?
Hello, I'm Annie Browning. I live in the village of Beulah. I can't remember if I should say my address, but 7236 Highland Drive, and Rhonda's my commissioner. That's my who I am. So I was so pleased to hear you all talking about planning, because I'm on the Village of Beulah Planning Commission. We haven't updated in 20 years, so it's not much, so it's a complete rewrite. So anyway, just working through that process and learning more about it, I really think it's so important to have like a collective involvement also. So like we get Village of Honors plans, so we're all aware and we're all kind of just aware of each other's plans, so we don't end up, taking contradicting or initiatives. And then also I wanted to share that I had because I've been thinking about planning, I was like, okay, Village of Beulah's biggest resource is, in my opinion, the Crystal Lake. So I brought John Ransom with the Benzie Conservation District, which you talked about earlier, into the Village of Beulah meeting. We have really long meetings. I want to get out of this one pretty quickly, but we had a really long meeting and he gave a great presentation. There was like 25 people in there. The room was full of our village meeting. So anyway, I just think it was really important and really valuable. Conservation District did a great job. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Annie. Anybody else from the public?
September.
Dr. Schaefer.
For the maples.
Briefly in reference to the maples, I can tell you, sitting on that board, we were absolutely horrified that a building that is essentially brand new has to have all window trim replacements. I mean, that should never be. I mean, you're dealing with a structure that has on the base of it, it's like Hardy Boy. It's a concrete base. And unfortunately, if water gets in there, which it is, it begins to just disintegrate. And that means you can't just ignore it because you're going to have other major problems. But these are one of the things that there's two things that come to mind. One is we don't ever want to have, and we should not in this county have an episode happen again like happened with the building of that structure. I mean, that was horrible. That needs to be watched very carefully in the future. Number two, we're paying the consequences. We can't ignore it. It's paying the consequences. This is where capital funds come in handy. Of course, if you don't have capital funds, well, it doesn't work too well. You got to take it from other sources, but nevertheless, that has to be taken care of because otherwise we're going to have a lot more expense. So it is what it is, and we have to deal with it, unfortunately, but we'll go step by step with it.
Question for him if I could.
Sure.
Then now that, and I was able to see what some of those results are, what is the timing on that? And because I looked at what you have in your capital fund balance, when would I anticipate there's going to be a request to the county for help on this? Can you give us some ideas on timing?
Well, obviously we want to have this thing done if we can. We would like to before bad weather sets in later on. So we're pushing for it. And I think we're working. We've already got people online that will be reliable to repair it. So we're trying to work on what's the earliest time we can get. I don't have an exact time schedule for you, but and we will obviously we've got some balance in there within the institution that we haven't spent because it's monies that are part of proceeds that come in. It's not capital expenses per se, but we're going to end up having to use that at least as a temporary gap. And yeah, we'll probably come back with some dialogue with the county in reference to how are we going to handle this or what should we be doing.
And do I remember right, the general contractor won't even return calls?
That's correct. I mean, that was an abomination. And part of that comes out of the legal agreements that were reached at one point in time where there will be no more discussion of that.
Right.
End of discussion.
All right. Thanks for speaking to that.
Judge Mead.
The kinship pairs matter. 2 months ago, Art, that they had the dinner over at the Congregational Church. And I'd be remiss not to mention that Art and his wife were major sponsors to that. Ironically, Representative Roth and Representative Kafiev looked like they had an enjoyable evening together there that night. So we know they're active. I had court in Manistee today. As I'm going down, I forgot the 101st used to be one rep. Essentially, Benzie and Manistee have 3 reps now. Kurt Vanderwall has always been involved, and the reason I bring his name up in Manistee, I was seeing all his signs as I was getting closer to the courthouse. So that I think Deb's having a little bit of a problem getting Manistee's court on board. Judge Brunner never seemed interested. Judge Henry is new. He's really learning the job. And he's doing well, but I think somewhat he's overwhelmed. So having these new ideas thrown at him, it's gonna be tough for him to handle. But Vanderwall's already involved. Roth and Kafia obviously are involved. And Bumstead is very reactive to everything in Benzie County. So that I'll let you go get lunch.
Thanks, Judge.
Thanks.
Any other public input? Close public input. Look for a motion to adjourn.
Someone.
Kevin,
Second.
Jerry, motion and support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, so moved.